Character name? Character, good one. Character, okay. 1, 2, 3. Oh, whoops, sorry, too late. Anyway, so one good thing about this game, at least, there's some cutscenes and FMVs that you could skip. But otherwise, you can't really skip the dialogue. So this game actually have a function to auto-mesh the dialogue. So you just hold circle, and they will just auto-mesh it. But it's still a bit slow though, because there's still a lot of dialogues and the text box animation is kind of slow. Anyway, so welcome to Suikoden Open Web of the Centuries. So this is a Japanese-only game, but last year October, a fan translation team finally finished the translation project of this game. It's a really good translation. Honestly, there's a lot of lines in this game. There's like, I think they said there's like 210,000 dialogue lines for them to translate. Anyway, so the story of this game. So this is basically a completely separate universe to the main Suikoden universe. Yeah, I know, sucks, right? Boo. Anyway, yeah, so in this world, the story is that every 100 years, a lot of very evil, dangerous monsters will pop up. And so the time is about to come where it's the third time they will have to face these Centennial monsters that will appear every century. And so the people in the world are preparing for it, and so our characters here are also training against wild monsters to prepare for the upcoming battles against the monsters. Basically, the story of this game, honestly, it's not really the kind of story you expect from a Suikoden, but it's not really the same as like other JRPG stories as well. Like, I feel this story is more of some sort of anime fantasy plot, honestly, compared to like a regular video game story. And the story also involves a lot of time travels. So like for the first hour of the speedrun, a lot of the story will just gonna try to explain to you how the time travel mechanics works. Just like how any other like time travel storyline, I suppose, where they spend a lot of time explaining how all of these time travel works. Anyway, so our main character, and then we have his childhood friends, Mira, the female mage, and her younger brother Gino, Magi set crafter. And they meet the chief of the village, and also another character named Ilya. Anyway, story of the game is that most of the land in the... Oh, hang on, what do I have to do? Like, first thing I have to do is to talk to everyone in the town. So anyway, the story of this game, so most of the territory of... hang on, oops, let me just set up something. So most of the territory of this world is controlled by the Holy Empire of Ionia. And I forgot to buy, I actually have to buy something in the item store. Oops, a bit of mistake. I'll buy firestones for later, so I need to craft the magicites. But anyway, yeah, so most of the territory of this world is controlled by Holy Empire of Ionia, and they are requesting cooperation on some of these independent cities and villages like ours here, on battling the Centennial monsters that are coming up. And the sad thing is that most of these independent villages and towns actually don't really like Ionia because they are very authoritarian. And while they know they have to cooperate with Ionia for the monsters, they don't want to fall into their influence as well. And don't want to just play as their puppets. And there's some politics story when it comes to Ionia later on. Anyway, so start of the story. A couple of Ionian soldiers is approaching the village, trying to questioning us about this cooperation, and so we want to confront them. And our characters dislike Ionia, so yeah, gotta be some confrontation coming up. Welcome. Mike the Magician? Okay, question chat. How many of you guys actually know this game exists? And for those of you who know this game exists, how many of you have actually played the game? Alright, see you, Cyclins. Good luck. Good job for that Suikoden full record. Okay, first part of the story, we just walk here and then walk again. Very fun. Ooh. You played about 2 hours. And so here we are. We meet a group of Ionian soldiers. They are led by their captain named Dukas. So our characters, they have a bad impression of Ionia because there's a bit of history there here. 3 years ago, before the storyline of this game, the main character's mother got involved in some sort of conflict at Ionia and got killed. And Ionia in the past have also instigated a lot of conflicts among the independent villages and towns that caused a lot of deaths. So yeah, basically the independent towns outside of Ionia, they normally don't really like Ionia, but they usually have no choice but to follow Ionia's intentions, just because Ionia is very powerful. Oh wow, Joey Kara, you own the Japanese version. You might be the only one here. Zeronian, I kind of agree with you there. There's plenty of this game, I think. So basically, this game, honestly, I feel like half of this game is kind of visual novel. A pretty good one though. I actually kind of like the story. Like the story of this game isn't really a Suikoden style story, as I mentioned before, but I actually enjoyed it. But if there's an example where a game have too much story without that enough gameplay, I think this will be one example. But anyway, yeah, so if you guys want to try this out, I'll still recommend it. The translation is good. Just remember that this is not the best game out there in terms of gameplay, but anyway, back to the story. So we had some talk with the Ionian soldiers, they move away, and now suddenly monsters pop up. So these are the Centennial monsters. The monsters that pop up every century or so, and so at the start we really don't have like anything we could do other than using our one skill. So both of our characters only have one skill for now, and both of them is basically deal damage to single target. So yeah, that's all we will do for now. It's still an easy opponent, so nothing much to do. Oh, just a note, the magic mechanics in this game, it uses a resource called Magicite. So for the skill that we use, the fire skill that we used earlier, it uses one Magicite. And eventually throughout this game, we have to craft plenty of Magicites, because we'll need enough for them to do the magic throughout the game. Anyway, story time, more monsters pop up, and they told Kino to run away while we hold them back. Oh, actually, no. Hang on, I did a mistake. So, this battle, we are not supposed to win it. It'll just be over in 2 turns automatically. So, I shouldn't just do anything to be fast. I should just defend. I made a mistake there. I shouldn't have Mira use a skill. For some reason, when we ran away, the monsters got blocked by some kind of force field. And they notice a tree blossoming. A tree that normally has nothing on it suddenly blossoms with shiny flowers. And this is Zephon. a mysterious boy that pop up suddenly, and he knows about these three. And he told us to try to touch the tree using some sort of magical jewel. Just a note, so the voice actor of Zephon here, he voiced Joey from Suikoden 2 in the Suikoden 2 drama CD. Not sure what references to that, yabada bada. Anyway, a cutscene that we could skip here, but anyway, the cutscene shows that, oh, the hero tried to touch a tree and suddenly some shining light pops up out of the tree and they got teleported, sort of. The place looks the same, but it has different surfaces. So, Zevon told us that we had just traveled back in time 100 years ago. So, in the present time, the ruins around them is already abandoned and collapsed, while we turned back 100 years ago and the ruins are still there, standing. Oh, hang on a minute, guys. I'll just this is something I have to configure. Just a bit of technical issues. Just hang on a bit with the mic splits. Okay. Anyway, back to the story. So, they meet a guy with a similar dress as the main character, but it looks older and bigger. And so, basically, this guy is the hero's ancestor from 100 years ago. So, the guy named Torwat, he's 100 years later, during our present time, he's known as a hero who defended our own village from the Centennial monster. And now we meet him in person. And now, he's going to teach us skills. He's going to train our main character to improve himself. Oh, hang on, never mind. I get ahead there. I shouldn't went there yet. So anyway, yes, they want to try to go back to the present time. Alright, guys. So, does the story make sense so far? Pro tip, it's not. 99% of time travel plot doesn't make sense. Do you agree? Anyway, they try to went back to the present time, and our ancestor doesn't came with us for some reason. And then Zephon told us that people from the past can't travel to the present. Anyway, it's one way of like explaining the rules of this time travel mechanics through the story. And yeah, the first like 1 hour of the story, there's gonna be plenty of time where they just basically try to explain the rules of the time travel. And here, Hero is asking our main character is asking our ancestor to try to teach him. There is it might be an emulator only bug here, but you see Mira collide with the hero, the hero's ancestor, or what? And they don't stop walking, they got blocked by a wall. I don't know if this happens in the real version or not, but it always happens on the emulator. And it's the only time something like this happened throughout the game. Anyway, so this is the tutorial for the teach mechanics. So basically, in this game, an ancestor can teach someone from the present their skills. And this is the Torwat teaching our main character by the name of Torwat skills, which is an area attack that deals damage to all enemies at once. And it's going to be a very useful skill throughout this game. Oh, doesn't happen on actual hardware? Okay, good to know. But yeah, I saw that bug always happen on emulator for all players, not only me. And it's the only time when that bug happened. Every other cutscenes throughout the game works fine. Anyway, there's a second teach. So for this one, we have to be taught 3 times for our skills to get transferred to our main character. Very hard fight, very tough fight. I'm sweating bullets here. Anyway, there you go. So we teach 3 times and the skill got transferred. And here the game tries to explain that apparently between Stars of Destinies, they could transfer skills very quickly for some reason. Why it happened? Don't know, but that's how this game works. Again, time travel plots are always silly. And yeah, they spend the first hour of this game just going to explain a bunch of these time travel mechanics. But I still actually have a bit of interesting gameplay mechanics though. In the 100 stars run, I'll have to do a bunch of these teaches, and it actually gives some interesting strategies to optimize the teaches. Yes, dear sir, I agree. It's because Destiny and Fate. That's how 99% of JRPG stories are. Anyway, guys, in chat, so dear star here. Dear Star is the main translator of this translation patch. So welcome, Dear Star. So yeah, she's the one who works mainly works on this translation, and yeah, because of her, like so many of us can actually finally try to play this game. And yeah, it's a really good translation overall. There's so many stuff in this game, so many voice lines, so many dialogues, and yeah. So again, welcome, Dear Star, and yeah, thanks for all your effort. It's definitely fun to look at the dialogues. And by this point, she might be the only one who really know this game outside of maybe a few other people, given that there's not a lot of people playing this game. But yeah, it's an awesome job. Anyway, they went back to the present time, and the fortress that used to be collapsing, now it doesn't collapse anymore. Because Torwart have learned from the future that the fortress is needed, so he makes sure to take care of the fortress, and now we could use it. Basically what it means that we just do a short trip to the past, and now suddenly the future already changing quite a lot. Important stuff here, I have to go to the Magiset workshop. This will give me 30 Magicites. Magicites are the materials that you need to cast magic. And yeah, so it's important to have it. A bunch of it throughout this game. Okay, more battles against these Centennials monsters. So, Hero now have an area attack. So what we are going to do is just Hero going to use it twice to kill the enemies. And Mira just not gonna do anything. Cause Mira doesn't have any area attack, and yeah, if she tries to do single target skill, it doesn't really do anything. Cause Hero's just going to kill everything anyway at once. Okay, again, Hero use area attack. Okay, once Mira turns pop up, I'm going to try to do a trick. That's it to speed up this fight. Don't know if it works or not. Let's see. Okay, gonna try to do this. So, I'll set up the Unite. I'll put Hero behind Mira. And if I'm lucky, Mira got to move again, which means Hero got to move again because he's on the same Unite. And that means I got to use the area attack straight away. And that will speed up the fight. Not sure if it's actually worth it though, because all of those menuing will spend a positive time, and yeah, at the end it might not be worth it to do all of that. And this is probably the only fight where the unite trick is actually remotely useful. Every other fight from now on, like, I won't bother to do this unite trick. Okay, second area attack, and there you go. GG. Easy. So that's it. So because of the skill that Thorwald teaches us, we beat the monsters. And now all is fine, right? So, cutscene FMV coming up here, which you could skip by pressing start. But anyway, turns out the monsters have attacked our village, home village, and it's all been destroyed. Everyone dies, including Gino. And of course, our characters are very sad. Zevon pops up. Still acting, joking around, even though Zevon is still joking around, even though the whole village has died. And now Zevon teaches us a trick to try to save this village by changing the past. So another lesson in the time travel mechanics, where he will teach us to to plant a tree 100 years ago, plant one of those the era trees, and that will apparently stop the monsters from reaching the village. Right, chat, it's only been 20 minutes in, and I'm sure the plot is completely still makes sense, right? Just want to note, so each of these dialogue lines, they actually have their own unique voice acting. This is one thing I'm surprised of this game. Like, there's plenty of parts in this game that make it seems like it's a budget game. But at the same time, they put a lot of voice acting in this game. Like, each voice line, they have their own unique voice acting. Which you don't really get to hear in this run, cause I'm just going to skip through these dialogues. But yeah, if I were to try to go over through these dialogue boxes, like each of them will have their own unique dialogue, their own unique voice acting. Hey, another mechanics tutorial where the hero and Mira tries to go to the village directly on the past, but they were told that if you go far away from the tree, you got sent back to the present time. Because yes, that's how it is. Even more time travel explanations here, like the 100 times they'll try to explain time travel mechanics straight away on the start. So they said they give the tree sapling to Thorwald so that he could plant it on his own village. And when that's done, that will stop the monsters from reaching the village 100 years later. Oops. And we went back to our village, and the village are still standing, surviving well. So the tree is planted there since 100 years ago, and apparently it blocks the monsters from attacking it. And they decide, so character and Mira decides to keep the tree a secret from everyone else for the time being, in case it causes a lot of chaos if they learn what will happen that they are already supposed to be dead. Basically, yes, they start like this game. Like, see, even with the speedrun, I get really bored on the first hour just because. Oh, what is I supposed to exit? Because yeah, there's just so many just dialogues for the first hour, like. And the actual few battles that I get to do is very straightforward because at the start you can't really do much anyway other than just attack and use your skills. So guys, so if you have seen other time travel storyline, like one of the ways it works usually is like these things called a parallel universe, where every time you time travel, you create a parallel universe. And so that's how Zephon tries to explain to us like what happened throughout this whole time travel shenanigans. So it seems like the speculation is that there's an alternate parallel universe where the whole village is destroyed and Gino and the other villages died. And because of our time travel, we just created a parallel universe where they are alive. And here we meet them again. So this is what was the name again? Hazar, is it? Yeah. So this is Chief Hazar, chief of the Turbo Village, and besides him is the medic woman is named Ilya. So she's one of the main characters that she'll join us straight away after this cutscene, and so she's basically a herbalist, or it's also could be translated as a medic, where what she does in battle is to heal, and so she'll be important for the early parts of this run because we need a healer, and she's the only one for the time being. This Tesla, do you mean the translation or the speedrun? So the speedrun routing, yeah, I've did it alone. Basically, I'm the only one who've ever done it because, well, to be fair, like the routing the speedrun of this game is actually not that hard. This game is pretty simple. Doesn't really take me that much time to route the game. As for the translation, their star did most of the work or the translation, and there's another guy, T Manakode, not sure how to pronounce the name, but yeah, T Manakode did a lot of the technical works, and there's a few other proofreaders and editors throughout for the translation project. If I'm not mistaken, that's how it is. If their star is here, and she'll be able to clarify it. Anyway, we put Ilya, we put on the back. Unite. And for this one, we are supposed to go to our town, and we could just go to the world map straight away from the menu to go to the next place faster. I got blocked by that one little corner there. Okay, story time. So we are supposed to go to this town called Shrad to report to the mayor what we've just did. Because we've actually just beat some of the monsters, and yeah, it's gonna be huge news. as the monsters hasn't been visible anywhere else. Oops, okay. But as usual, typical way of games of dragging you through the story, you are required to visit all buildings and talk to everyone before carrying on the story. Nah, yes, Clive is the best Suikoden game, indeed. No joking there. It's the best visual novel compared to Suikoden, I agree with that. You get introduced to another character, Nido. He's an apothecary, and later on he'll join us. So what an apothecary will do is that they will craft medicine items, medicine materials, and we'll need quite a lot of that later on. Yes, sir. There are some good parts of this game, I agree. Like, I enjoyed this game when I played as well. Especially the story, I actually enjoy it, even though it's not really a Suikoden story. Like, if you're expecting a Suikoden story in this game, you'll be disappointed. But as the story itself and the dialogues, I actually enjoy it. The gameplay, I think the gameplay, there's plenty of parts where they seem like didn't really think that much about it. There are some fun parts, like, there are a couple of battles later on that it could be hard if you are not prepared, and it could be a bit fun to try it out, but at the same time, like, there's plenty of balancing issues with this game. Anyway, we meet the Mayor of Shrad and his secretary. So Mayor of Shrad, Lord Aaron, and his secretary Rochelle. So as you can see, they are they look like they are very good people and they care about the town very much. And here's we get a bit of background on the story of the political intrigue between the independent towns and the Empire of Ionia, where Aaron want to try to hide the story of these monsters from Ionia, but too late. So turns out one of the Iron Captain Dukas already heard about it, and yeah, they confront us to interrogate us about this rumor of the monsters. I think, personally for me, like, I think once they got past to this moment where they try to explain the time travel mechanics and all, then the story is actually becoming good and becoming interesting, like how they start to introduce new characters, new environments and all. But at the start of the story though, it's like just so many times where they just spend time explaining, hey, this is how the time travel works. Oh, but there's actually this as well. Oh, and if you do this, then this will happen instead. It's like, if you just play casually, like, you could just spend like the first 2 hours just looking at this visual novel about time travel mechanics. And I can imagine that will just turn so many people off, because yeah, it's a boring start. But yeah, once you get to start going on and you start to get introduced more of the various factions and the various characters, it actually got interesting. Like how they start to introduce the Holy Empire of Ionia here, where we are gonna be brought to the capital of Ionia to meet the Emperor. So we are going to this the capital of Ionia, Holy Taxis, and we go inside the Yggdrasilian Palace. So the Yggdrasilian Palace, I think the actual literal translation is Shinra Palace, which means Tree of Life, and so our translators here have chosen the word Yggdrasilian for the English name. And we get introduced to the Emperor himself, Renefarius the 13th. So obviously a very benevolent-looking emperor, and also his officers and assistants also they definitely look like good people, good, benevolent, loyal people. And they were describing how about these monsters called Terras Pharma, which always appear every 100 years, and Ionia will do everything it takes to try to battle these monsters whenever it's about to appear. And we got challenged to a duel with his bodyguard, Makia. So this duel is just gonna be over in 2 turns. Oh, we might actually survive. Miss? Nope. We actually could survive that one if we dodge it, but anyway, it doesn't really matter. The battle is gonna end in 2 turns anyway. Wrong, Clef. You are completely wrong. Best girl is definitely Mira or Mura. I'm not sure how to pronounce the name actually. Like, is it Mura or Mura? Because I saw translation that uses Mura. I saw translation that uses Mira. And same with a couple other characters. Like, there's multiple ways you could translate it. That's how Japanese games usually are. But anyway, yeah, you are wrong, Clef. Anyway, what do I do here? Oh, actually, a bit of mistake. So, as usual, when you first go to a town, you have to talk to everyone. It's a typical way of how a JRPG tries to drag you through their world building story and all that crap. And yeah, by having require us to talk to everyone to progress through the game. Except for one building. Okay, so there's one building, item store, not this one. So item store is. We have to go here. There's one building, item store west, which we don't actually have to visit. Because if we try to visit item store west, it's just gonna say the store is closed. Wrong again, Clef. Anyway, that character you mentioned that sealed this, one of our ancestors that we could recruit later on, although we don't in this run. I think the translation uses Y instead of I at the start, so it's SYLDIS. So story time. Suddenly the monsters pop up again in Shrad. And we went here to fight the monsters. The soldiers got overwhelmed by the monsters, and yada yada yada. Typical storyline. So at this point in the game, the battles are still... Well, most battles in this game are very straightforward, because at the end we don't really have that much choice on our skills. Especially at the start. All we're just going to do here... we'll have Hero use his skill. Basically all the time we're just gonna have Hero and Mira use their skills. That's all there is to it. The enemies right now are still weak, so Ilya doesn't even need to heal. So Ilya is gonna defend over and over. Also, if you notice, I put Hero and Mira on a unite. So that's because Hero and Mira have a good relationship value by default, and that will buff Mira's damage by 15%. If I put Mira as the second character in the unite. I mean, all Suikodens have a auto button. This one doesn't though. I wish there's an auto button. This one would be useful for some of these fights. So yes, Zeronian. So before the fan translation patch come out, there's another patch that uses Google Translate. I think about a year after that. It's only a year after that where this translation patch that I'm using right now is the one that done by Dairstar here. That's the one that I'm using right now that have proper translations. Correct, Clef. Yeah. Well, actually, Clef, just the first real boss of this game, which will pop up in like about 30 minutes. The first real boss of this game is actually kind of hard. Like if you didn't equip your characters properly, you could easily die on that one. But yeah, that's still 30 minutes though. Before that, all the battles are pretty straightforward. Anyway, so a new village got introduced. So apparently there's some group of humans that could actually control these monsters and summon these monsters. So again, all I do is just having Hero and Mira use their skills. That's all there is to it. And the enemies are still weak, so Ilya doesn't even need to heal. Yeah, this should kill it, I think. And now we got revealed on who's behind these monsters. So this is the mayor of Shrad, Aaron, and his secretary Rochelle that we meet just not that long ago. But turns out they are behind these monsters and they are leading a group called Vermilion Eggs, where their goal is to try to destroy the Empire of Ionia with the use of these monsters. Because they believe Ionia is the real villain of this world instead of the monsters. Grandiose. He is indeed. I like how Rochelle, like one of her avatar that pops up earlier, it looks like she's like so shocked and surprised, even though normally she's like acting like calm and smug. And yeah, Clef, so that boss later on, it does require some gear, yeah. And even with the gear, there's still a chance to die though if you got unlucky turn order. Yes, Kabanoya, just now like we have a anime cutscene FMV that you could skip those cutscenes. But those cutscenes aren't actually that long. Like, if I can't skip it, it'll probably just add around like 10 minutes maybe into this run. Out of like 5 hours, like close to 6 hours. Honestly, Mbahwin, I'm not sure how to pronounce Aaron as well. I'm not cultured enough. What do I do here? Like, town hall. So, Ilya, our character here, is the adoptive daughter of the mayor. And now that she's suddenly being the adoptive daughter of a terrorist leader, so people started to distrust her and all. And a bit of drama come up with the citizens of this town because suddenly the terrorist leader, because she's the daughter of terrorist leader, and yeah, obviously like they started to doubt her. Hey, here come Dukas, the Iron captain earlier. So basically his unit got wiped out by the whole monsters, and now he joined us by himself because he doesn't have any more of his soldiers. Ilya, Dukas. And the story is that we have a lack of medicinal herbs, so we want to try get more in the Lucille plane. Oh, is it a reference? Okay, I didn't know that, Bowen. So they notice the plane is very dry. It's without any herbs that they need. And we have a plan to go back 100 years ago and tell our ancestors to try to take care of the plains so that the herbs will still grow 100 years later. Honestly, Clef, you don't really need to do that. Like, it's easy to mesh. Anyway, hang on. So, use the menu to return to headquarters straight away. So, one of the useful features of this game, in the menu, there's a fast travel option. Unfortunately, when we want to use the tree, we... hang on, wait. What do I have to do? Oh, hang on. I forgot to do something. Okay, before doing this, so... we go to this Magiset workshop. And we set up this schedule to produce the Magicites. So we'll need a bunch of Magicites throughout this run, and yeah, we need to set up the crafting in the headquarters. And every time we want to go to the era tree, we have to do the kitchen first and do a dinner, which is kind of annoying, but oh well. How this game is. Oh, hey JP, welcome. Thanks for that. Alright, so JP is a gaming news writer from Indonesia here, and he's gonna make articles on Suikothon in the Game Broad website, which actually has a lot of followers. So yeah, thanks for that, JP, and welcome to this channel. Welcome to the Suikoden. What do I have to do here? And so we meet our ancestor again, and we told him to plant a tree in the Lucille Plains so that we could go there and travel back in time. And we also meet another magician named Rolf, and so this magician is going to teach Mira his skills. It's a very useful skill later on. Yeah, Kabono, basically the whole game is about time travel. A bunch of time traveling. Like, basically, a lot of this game, you have a problem and you solve it by traveling 100 years ago and solve the problem before it appears in the future. Okay, so we just got our magi set there, and that we planned to craft in the previous night. And to get out of the headquarters, we need to go to the kitchen again. What did you do? Okay. Oops. Yeah, JP, so yeah, again, so this game is a Japanese only game, but the fan translation patch is released last year October. So I'm doing the speedrun using the translation patch. It's a very good translation patch, so yeah. I enjoyed reading through the dialogues and all. I say the translation is actually good. The game itself, to be honest, it's not the best game but out there, but yeah, still could be. But the story is still enjoyable though. The story of this game, it's not really a Suikoden style storyline, but yeah, the story itself is actually pretty good. Like, if you're expecting a Suikoden storyline, you'll probably be disappointed. Because this story feels more like some sort of anime fantasy plot, honestly. With, yeah, it's kind of like a fantasy plot about time travels and all. Anyway, the story right now, we want to make sure Lucille Plains stays well in the 100 years later, with medicinal herbs still being grown. So yeah, we tell our ancestor to take care of this plains, but apparently 100 years ago, monsters called Fang Rabbit is infesting this place, and yeah, they want us to get rid of it. And at the same time, we're just gonna teach us. So we meet Rolf and Mui. They are a mage and herbalist, and they will teach Mira and Ilya their skills. If you want to, we could actually ignore the teachers here. We don't have to actually do the teachers to do the storyline, but the skills that are going to be transferred is very useful throughout the whole game. So Mui here teaches Kindness Rain, which is the area healing. It's a very useful skill throughout, because we have a very limited way of healing throughout this game. And Rolf teaches Mira a single target magic skill that have double the damage of our original skill. So the skill that Rolf teaches us, it uses 2 magic sets instead of 1, so it uses double the resources, but it also have like double the damage, and we need the double damage for a lot of bosses later on. Because our first skill, Mira's first skill is kind of weak overall. Okay, second teach by Mui. We need to teach 4 times with Mui to transfer the skills, while we need to teach 3 times with Rolf to transfer the skills. Okay, and that's the third teach for Rolf, and after this, Mira will get the skills. Okay, so Ilya still need to teach 2 times on the 3rd battle coming up soon. Actually, hang on. Hero can attack once. So we don't need to teach with Mira anymore, so Mira could just use her skill directly without teaching, which will make the battle a bit faster. So Rolf will use his skill himself, and Mira will use the other one. Okay, so we still need Mui to teach one more time, so he taught like twice before this, and now this is the 3rd time. We still need one more teach, so we're not just going to kill the Fang Rabbit straight away. I'll just have Hiro and Lucas defend, and so does Ralph and Mira, because yeah, we don't want to kill it yet. We still want to teach once with Mui. Yeah, that's the 4th teach, and that's it. So we do finish all the teaching now. And we're just going to kill it. Oh, hang on. Nah, that's fine. Also, so just a note, so Mui is from a race called Featherfolk. Basically like bird-like people, bird-like humanoids. And we'll get to see more of his race later on throughout the story. It's a typical Suikoden trope that there's a couple of like animal humanoids races. And Featherfolks are usually scared of humans, but Mui teaches a whistle to calm down the Featherfolk and try to excite them. And we'll use this whistle later on when we finally meet other Featherfolks. Pretty cool, very much, yeah. So we got back to 100 years later, and because now we told them to take care of the plains, now all the herbs have been grown fully on the plains, and it all looks good. At first, Ilya thought there's no medicinal herbs around. And then Nido pops up saying that, oh, there's no medicinal herbs around here because it's already been taken just recently. And so the people in the present, they didn't know that these time-traveling things happen, and they didn't know that Lucille Plains' history has been changed. So they always have thought that Lucille Plain is always a place with a lot of herbs growing on. So basically, yeah, we solved this herbs issue by time traveling, and this is just one of the many problems later on that we're going to solve by time traveling to the past. So soldiers came in and said they have been attacked by the Vermilion Eggs, the group of terrorists that spawns the Terrasfara monsters earlier. And now more conflict coming up soon. Alright, chat, so far how makes sense of this? How much does this story make sense? Anyone who says they think the story makes sense probably lies. Because the story is just convoluted as hell, especially with the way I'm commentating. That's an easy. And now, for some reason, suddenly our main character was told to be in charge of the Lake Fortress and to be the leader of this company. Ah, it makes sense. This star actually, that makes sense. That definitely cleared things up. And Nido, the apothecary, joins our company. So again, he's an apothecary. So an apothecary's job is to craft medicinal items. And yeah, we'll need his help later on because we'll need medicinal materials throughout the game. That's 100% of JRPG stories there, sir. Okay, so we go to Ralos Woods. Oh, finally a battle that actually have a bit of challenge here. Actually, this battle kinda messed me up on the first playthrough. So we finally meet the Vermilion Eggs soldiers. So if you notice, they use Tonfa, just like Ryo from Suikoden 2. So one of the classes in this game is called Martialist, and they use Tonfa, just like Ryo from Oh, actually, one thing I forgot. I should have used it. Actually, hang on. That's one thing I forgot. I should have set up Unite, because that will buff Mira's damage. Damn it, ended up skipping Mira's turn because of it. My bad there. Anyway, our characters here are mostly weak except for Miura. So only Miura will do significant damage in this fight, because this is the first actual tough enemy that we actually got to fight. Hiro and Dukas, their damage are kinda low. He only 20 damage compared to Mira here. 184, 9 times the damage. This game is perfectly balanced, by the way. Kamononeko, you can, but... Oh, it's kinda complicated, but you can change classes, but it takes so many grinding to do it, and 99% of players didn't know that there's a mechanic in this game that allows you to change classes. Because it takes so many grinding to unlock a second class for a character. Yeah, it won't come up ever, because it takes forever. The girl's head is on fire because she got damage and it triggers an enraged status. I'm not entirely sure what exactly enraged does, but I think it kinda buffs the damage a bit. And the guidebook of this game doesn't explain like what these status effects exactly do, so I'm not entirely sure. Anyway, so Mira is really important because, as you see, like she's the one dealing almost all of the damage in this game. And I have to heal Mira at all costs. Like if Mira dies early on, I'll just reset the fight because the fight will be super slow otherwise. I think by this point, the enemy should be almost dead though, so honestly if Mira dies, probably doesn't matter, but I'll just heal her just anyway. Hey Joey, you notice this, one thing, I'm not sure how true it is, but they say how like, listening some music to a newborn child or like a child in the womb actually like improves their intelligence or something. Not sure if it's actually a true rumor or not. And yeah, you could have them listen to Suikoden music, I suppose. There's I can't blame you. Okay, that's the teaching in this game later on, like. See, yeah, later on when you start to recreate Star of Destiny, you have to do these teach skills, and that one is fine, but later on if you want to teach more skills between characters, it's a super slow. Like, stupidly slow. Anyway, we meet a feather folk earlier, and we'll meet them later. Yeah, when I say at one point, like, when I try to teach a skill between Zephon and Mira, and it takes like 20 attempts, I was like, what are they thinking? This takes forever to do the teaching between our own characters. Anyway, so story time, we went to Oros village. The citizens here are actually sympathetic to the Vermilion Eggs, and Dukas tries to hide, because otherwise the the citizens will beat him up. Basically, as Clive, like outside of the recruits, then yeah, trying to teach a skill is like super slow, and there's no point on doing it in a speedrun. Also, we meet a new character. Who is this guy named? Oh, Bjorn, right? He's a chef, a meat chef, and he'll be useful later on for one point in the game, because we need to cook a meat dinner later on. And do we need to do anything? Oh, actually, I do. Oh, hang on. There's something I forgot to do. There's some ending I forgot to do. So, I have to go here. I'll have to unequip item on some characters. Right. And so I unequip items some of times, and I have to sell them because I need the money. And I use this money to buy even better items. So protective one, guide to healing, and various clothes. So later on throughout this game, pretty soon there's a rather difficult boss, and I need those upgraded equipments to beat the boss consistently. Anyway, while doing all this shopping, so we also have to progress through the story, we also have to visit all buildings and talk to the NPCs. See, the thing about the spear craft, like Dukas doesn't really have that much damage anyway, so I won't bother buffing him. Like, Dukas is gonna stop being useful pretty early on. And yeah, I won't bother buffing him. But the amount of money I have is barely enough to buff Mira's magic. And the healing for the boss later on. Hey, story time. So a feather folk came in and got scared by us, but then we do the whistling that we got taught of by the feather folk ancestor 100 years ago. And that attracts this feather folk, and we got introduced to her. And her name is Miyamai, and now we befriended her. Hey, Bustin. Yep, so Suikoden, we've just been on the first day right now, so there's still 3 more days coming up. Gonna be plenty more runs throughout this weekend. Oh, Clef, back to the topic about the item builds earlier. So yeah, so I didn't bother buying a spear for Dukas, because Dukas after the upcoming boss battle, Dukas will be pretty much useless, and I'll stop using him after that. While Mira and Ilya, I'll still use them plenty. Alright, more new characters. So we got introduced to Nodori. He's a blacksmith. We won't use blacksmith for quite a long time, although later, like late game, we will use blacksmith a bit. Once we have good weapons. No, so you can't unequip weapons. So in this game, yeah, you can't unequip weapons. You can replace weapons with a different weapon, but you can't unequip them. You can unequip the armors, which I did earlier, because I want to sell them, but you can't unequip the weapons, unfortunately. Okay, what do I do now? Go left. Okay, so we heard rumors of the monsters popping up in Mount Oros to the north, so we'll go there to investigate. Where do we go? Right, over here. Anyway, Nodori joined us, and So we're about to meet a new character. So this is Boldon, a martialist. So yeah, so one of the classes in this game is called martialist, and they fight with Tonfa, just like how Rio in Suikoden 2. And we'll see him Boldon fight the Terrace Farmer by himself. So it's one very unique thing about this game. So it's not only our characters that use Tonfa, some enemies will also use Tonfa as well. Oh, you know what? One thing I could do with this. Hang on. There's a bit of dialogues. So Boldon is pretty strong. Like outside of Hero and Mira, Boldon also deals decent damage. Dukas is honestly is kind of bad. Like his damage is bad. Like he's tough, he's tanky, but his damage is kind of crap. Boldon though is still going to use him for like quite a long time for the first half of the run, because he deals decent damage. Also, I'll just put Hero in the back because he's kind of vulnerable. Also, one thing I could try out just for fun. I could do this. So in this game, you could set up who's leading the party. I could choose any characters on my party to do the walking. One of the characters later on have a wonderful animation, but it's still gonna sometime until it pops up. Yeah, the Tonfa, the martialists do deal decent damage in this game. With this game, there are some classes that just plain sucks, and some classes that are decent, and martialist is one of the decent class. And time to fight some more Vermilion Eggs. Oh, hang on, I just realized something. I haven't equipped the items that I bought earlier. Okay, I'll just do it here. Hang on. I could actually change the equipment battle, but yeah, I supposed to equip this already. Hang on. What do I have to equip? One clothes. Okay. Mira is dead. I'm considering resetting because Mira is very strong. Should I reset? If I reset, I'll just have to do bunch. You know what? Boldon do decent damage as well. Okay, you know what? One thing I just realized. So I forgot to equip the armor that I bought on Mira earlier, and now I got punished because of it. Good start to this run. I mean, yeah, this fight is still pretty easy though, so it's not a big deal. I mean, it still hurts that Mira dies, cause Mira deals a lot of damage, and now I can only depend on Boldon for most of the damage. Hero will still do some damage as well, but it's not as much as Boldon or Mira. He's 17 damage from Hero, 19 damage from Dukas. Very powerful. $84, okay. So Mira could have dealt like at least 200 damage there on this character, I'm sure. Although this enemy, for now, it's not that tough. Let me just heal Hero. Oh, almost dead. This battle would definitely been over like 2 turns ago if Mira doesn't die. And I end up using a bunch of healing as well on Hero here. Hopefully I didn't run out of medicinal herb later on. Oh, there's Sarah. If I plan things quite carefully, this wouldn't happen. This happens just because I let Mira die, because I forgot to equip Mira with the proper items earlier. So that's completely my fault. Oh, Mira loses a level as well, I guess, but doesn't really matter. Losing a level in this game doesn't really matter. But yeah, the fact that Mira does makes that fight earlier very slow though. That was completely my mistake. Recruitment. Protective 1. Wear their clothes. Also, I guess I have to heal Mira. Which one do I have to heal? They don't lose levels, but if they die, they don't gain experience. So in that fight earlier, Mira dies, and yeah, she didn't level up, which is not a big deal. So in this game, get leveling up like by a few levels doesn't really change much. Like it changed very little, really. I'll be quite over leveled for some fights, but that doesn't really mean much again, because heal Lucas later. Yeah, it doesn't really mean much to lose like one level, because it doesn't do much in this game. And oh yes, another thing, so escape rate in this game is 100%. So if you hit an enemy by mistake, then it doesn't cost a lot of time, because you could just escape. Although, like, if you're unlucky, you could also, like, if you have the an unlucky turn order, then still have to watch a lot of enemy movements too. More cutscenes where they found out that the Vermilion Eggs has been feeding the Terras Pharma monsters with captured Ionian soldiers. And the villagers that got prisoned here, they will be the next to get fed to the monsters if we hadn't rescued them. Yep, that's another thing with this game. One good thing about this game, it has in the menu you have an option to do a fast travel. In the 108 stars run, I have to do a lot of travels, because obviously I have to go to a lot of different places, and the menu helps a lot to make things much smoother. I wonder if Bolden is actually slower than Hero. I don't think so, but damn it, can't avoid that one, I think. Sometimes there are just enemies that in the middle of the path here that you can't really avoid, unfortunately. But at least, again, you can have 100% escape rate in this game. So you usually don't lose a lot of time if you hit an enemy. Now, sometimes the position is kind of RNG, and sometimes they're in a position where you can avoid. But what happened just now, I think, yeah, it's just on a position that I can't avoid, unfortunately. And that's one reason why I'm using Bolden right now to run. Alright, so we met our villains here, the Vermilion Eggs group. Quite a long cutscene, and then after that an actual boss battle gets. You see that big monster in the side? That's what we will fight. And it's actually so this boss, if you don't equip your characters properly, you can easily die. Like this boss the boss will have like strong area attacks, and you'll die in 3 turns without proper equipment or healing. And so the strategy is basically you just try to kill the boss before they kill you. That's a lot of the strategy in the upcoming boss fights later on. You just try to kill them before they kill you. And if only Mbah win, bribing isn't in this game. Also, Rochelle told us that our mother, who died 3 years ago, is actually part of their group originally. Anyway, boss fight time. Okay, good. At least they got to move first. Okay, most of the damage will be done by Mira here, and that's why I put Mira in the unit, because it also buffs her damage by 15%. Okay, 3 to 6. More than 3 times damage in the hero. And this is actually bad. So normally I hope Ilya to move before the boss, because I want her to defend, and that will reduce the damage she gets from the boss. Because if she doesn't defend, then she might actually die in 2 turns if I'm unlucky. And if she's dead early, then I can't heal, and my other characters will die quickly as well. So this is a bit of a spooky start actually. So this boss, there's still a bit of chance to lose no matter what. Like if you got unlucky turn order and damage roll, you could still lose. Uh-oh. Okay, Ilya doesn't die, good. And I hope this healing will stop Mira from dying the next turn. Because if... I think I'm still fine if Mira dies, but... things might be dangerous. I mean, Boldon could... okay, there you go. Boss dies. Good. Boss dies before any of us actually dies. But yeah, sometimes depending on how the damage roll works, like Hero and Mira might die. And if that's the case, they will lose levels. But losing levels in this game isn't really that much of an issue. Boldon solo to boss. How many turns? 3, I think? 3 turns? And now Bjorn, the meat chef, will join us. Okay, before continuing the story, we're going to do a bit of detour and go back to Turbo Village. Because we want to buy some items. We want to buy crafting materials. And buy items, 4 stones and 2 medicine flowers. And now we continue with the story. Alright, so we go to a bridge called Epilogue Bridge, but the bridge is blocked by a boulder. Because apparently just recently there's a giant monster by the name of Wyvern that got angry and they mess around and causes a rock to drop right in front of the bridge. And so yeah, we got blocked. Boulder to block story. Basically, yep, classic RPG trope. And now we meet another new character, Judiela. So she's an armorer, which will join us later on, but we won't use her at all though. Like, upgrading armor is kind of pointless in this game. Anyway, so she spotted Vermilion Eggs crossing the river using these things called boats. So now it's explored that the people in this world actually have no idea that boats exist. They didn't know that it's possible to travel over water. So Judiela was shocked when they saw the Vermilion Eggs people crafting boats to travel up the river. So yeah, there's more build up of the background of this world here, where they possibly have lost some technology from the past, and they didn't know some things that might seem basic to us, such as like having boats to travel over water. Actually, Dear Star, I thought it's an interesting plot point, even though like it's a bit, I mean, it's a bit kind of out of nowhere as well. But I think it makes an interesting world building story actually. Yes, Mbawin, I recommend you eat boats. Wait, Clef, things float on water? I didn't know you could do that. Anyway, so for some reason our character chooses to go to the Wyvern's nest, and they saw the Wyvern is a very gigantic Wyvern that there's no way they could beat. Anime. And yeah, apparently this Wyvern has been surviving for over 100 years, where it was still small 100 years ago. So obviously the plan is to plant a tree here, to go back to 100 years ago and beat the Wyvern before it grows big. So that's another one of the many problems that we'll solve by planting a tree and traveling 100 years to the past. Hey, if only you could do that this time. Wait, where do I go here? Wait. Okay, right. I just have to go to menu. If I mistakenly click the headquarters there, I'll lose a lot of time, because exiting the headquarters will take quite a long time. You have to go to the kitchen and then do the dinner and all that. I think that's that's like one of the most common tropes in time traveling stories, when like, hey, you kill the child before they grow into a adult villain also. And instead of growing plant on the Wyvern nest, they're gonna grow the plant somewhere else first. And then we have to go to that other place, and then only after that we have to go to the Wyvern nest. And the game is trying to stall us even more. Okay, a quick way to go to the present time here if you're in the past and you're close to an exit point, you just go directly here and they'll send you back to the past. I mean to the present. And for some reason, our characters wants to invite the featherfolk we befriended earlier, Meamai. Hey Meamai, you want to go to this life-threatening journey in fighting a giant monster that could easily rip your hearts out? Yes, you do. Thank you. Oh, hang on. You're going to see that Kabano later on. So this is Meamai, a bard. So what the bard do is that she could play music to buff the enemy, to buff the party, or have some kind of supporting effects. And spoilers, bards are useless. We're going to put Meamai in the front, hoping that the enemy hit her, cause that'll be better for us. It'll be good if Meamai dies instead of another character that's actually useful. So here we meet another race, the Scale Horde. Big, scaly guys, and yeah, strong as well, obviously. And he's going to help planting the tree on the Wyvern nest. And he's also a spearman, so he will teach Dukas his skill. Or actually, maybe I'm supposed to say he he is supposed to teach Dukas the skill, but we don't actually have to do it to progress the story. Because coming up, we'll have a boss fight with the Wyvern, and the game will try to... hang on, what do I do here? Right. Okay, exit, and we'll go to Wyvern nest. Anyway, coming up, yeah, again, the game tries to hint us that we are supposed to teach Dukas the skill, but we don't actually have to do that. And since Dukas is kinda useless, we won't bother doing the teaches. This was on PSP Prudish, and also available on PS Vita. We take this chest and go to the tree. Yeah, this is like one of the last games that released on PSP. Like one of the last few games that was, I think it was it released like late 2012, something like that. And yeah, it's like one of the last games to get released on PSP before the system actually got completely dying off. Your process, yeah. So one thing this game likes to do is to make a characters out of rope. Like here we have a Narcissus character, but it's actually a blacksmith as well, a master blacksmith apparently. And later on, if you want to, we could recruit him to upgrade our blacksmith. Oh, hang on, what do I do here? Okay, so hang on. So one thing, funny thing we're gonna do, we're gonna put everyone on one unit. So what this game trying to make us do is that they want us to teach Dukas the skill from Badam Hatan, but we don't actually have to do that. And the upcoming Wyvern boss is very strong for most of our character, but Badam Hatan is even stronger. So the only thing we're going to do is to have Badam Hatan uses his skill, while the other characters will just do nothing. We put everyone on one unit because outside of Badam Hatan, everyone will just defend. And the animation speed will be faster that way. If we have multiple characters defending, it's better for them to be like on a one unit together. So that we have less animation time overall. So, hard boss. Okay, Blade of Wind. They might already kill some of our other characters, which is good. So, defend, and Badam Hatan use skill. So that's all we got to do here. Other characters do nothing, and it's actually better if they die, so that we don't actually have to do the manuing for them. Go and kill Dukas. Good, thank you. That's actually good. Two of our characters die already. Can you kill Miyama as well, please? Ah, damn it, he attacked Badam Hatan instead. Again, yeah, so our other characters will just do very little damage against Wyvern, because it's strong. And it's useless trying to damage the characters any other way. And now that the other three characters die, then our manuing got even faster, which is good. Oh, hang on, there's one thing I forgot to do. I could just do it later, I guess. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, I could just do it later. So actually have an accent, interesting. One thing I forgot to do, there's a chest I'm supposed to take here before the boss. But I'll be passing this place later on anyway, so pretty soon, so I'll just take it later. I think Badam Hatan, you know what, I'm gonna have to change back to hero. I think Badam Hatan is actually slower than the hero. Not sure if he really is, but it might be slower. Some characters are actually like their movement speed is slower than the hero. And yeah, in general it's pointless to try to swap the characters for movement speeds. Like when I first trying to speedrun, I tried to like measure the speed of some of these characters, and I found out how like Hero and a couple of others they're like at the same speed, and there's few other characters like Mira or Miyamai where their movement speed is low. And the conclusion that is that it's pointless for a speedrun to try to change your characters. Okay. We have to put the characters back in. Also, actually, the last fight is actually the last time we will see Dukas. Thus, we won't ever bother using Dukas anymore throughout this game, because he sucks. Anyway, back to the headquarters. So, we go to the apothecary and we set up the restorative schedule. Because we'll need them. We need to craft more medicinal items throughout the game. Kitchen. Nah, I'm not missing Dukas. Dukas sucks. Later on, we'll get a spear woman named Hermione, and she's actually really good. But Dukas sucks too. Oh, whoops. Ah, Kabano, yep, that's correct. Yeah, we won't miss Dukas. Okay, now that the breach is unlocked, because we killed the Wyvern, and the Wyvern doesn't get angry anymore 100 years later to block the boulder, we could pass the bridge and go to the next town. So it's a town full of Ionian soldiers trying to search for the Vermilion Eggs hideout. And as usual, when we just came into the town, one thing we have to do is to talk to every building in the town. Oh, we also have to do some shopping here, coming up soon. Okay, so... where should we go? Okay. JP, so the story of this game, the characters in the present, they could travel through time. The characters in the past, they can't. Because that's just how the time traveling works. Okay, I want to buy one item in the market actually, because I want to get a meat dinner later on. Black tie meat. Oh, actually, I don't have one. Okay, don't need to buy. Good. Sometimes you already got some of those meats from the beating monsters. Okay, armor is where we do a couple of shopping to buy the latest items. So, fairy clothes and 3 iron boots. And exit. Oh, actually, hang on. Oops, before that, I have to go to Invest and talk to Dukas. Yes, these are basically, you sum it up. The pattern of the time travel is like that, like, oh, you meet the new characters in the past and they get shocked, and then you learn skill from them. And then you kind of recruit characters in the past by learning skill from them, and then that's it. You won't see them anymore. Okay, story time. We try to find a Vermilion Eggs hideout in the snowy mountain called Mount Yoni. There's a story in this Mount Yoni where 100 years ago there's a village called the Yoni village, which got destroyed by the Ionian Empire, the Ionian soldiers, because apparently the Ionian villagers 100 years ago, they are hiding forbidden books. And yeah, the Empire basically, they banned these things called forbidden books. What are these books? We still don't know yet by this point of the story, but yeah, they will ban anyone who has they will basically destroy anyone who are in the suspicions of holding these forbidden books. And as a result, the village got destroyed 100 years ago, and we see their ruins here. And we meet a new character, an archer by the name of Lucery. She's basically the descendant of one of the survivors of this village. So her tribe's basically living in the wilds now. And yeah, so she doesn't like Ionia for obvious reasons because they are destroying these villages. And we try to ask her if she know the Vermilion Eggs hideout, but of course she doesn't want to help us, because she doesn't want to help Ionia. And Mira proposes an idea where we'll bring her 100 years ago to see the village before it got destroyed. And to do that means we plant another tree. Alright, so just 1.5, so the last half an hour, I guess, like, we already do these tree planting 3 times at least. Thanks, Lava. And we go back to Wyvern's Nest because we want to ask the characters that are residing in here earlier to help us plant the tree. Oh, hang on. Shit. For that, one thing I have to do. Mistake. Okay, I have to walk backwards a bit. So there's a chest in here that I forgot to take earlier, so I was planning to take it right now. So this chest is very close to the tree, so it's... Damn it! I didn't realize I could hit that enemy. Normally I don't. Good thing this game has an 100% escape rate. Anyway, that's a Wind Tonfa, so that's an upgraded Tonfa for Boldon. That will buff Boldon's attack by quite a lot. And we will use Boldon for quite a lot throughout the first half of the run. Anyway, we'll ask Badam Hatan to plant the tree for us. If you want to talk to Yofers as well, we could have Yofers teach the blacksmith on our headquarters. And that will upgrade the blacksmith, and it basically counts as recruiting Yofer as a Stars of Destiny. And so that's how the recruiting in this game works. But this is any percent, and we're not going to bother using bother using Yofer's upgrade, so we're not going to do it. Oh, hang on, before that, I have to do some equipment. Equipment, hero, follow saber. Very close. And iron boots. Ilya. Very close. Iron boots. Mira, iron boots, and Boldon. Okay, basically equipping all the latest items, and okay, what do we do here? Okay, important thing to do here. Instead of getting the vegetable, we get the meat this time. That's why we want to buy a meat item earlier on the... what is it? On the Fair Peak earlier. So vegetable dinner will buff the magic, while meat will buff the physical attack. And we want to buff the physical attack this time because later on there's one duel fight where it's basically a duel with our main character against this whatever boss we will deal later on. And if we don't buff the physical attack, it will make the duel not so consistent. And yeah, they're gonna make the run sucks, because we have a good chance of losing the duel otherwise. Anyway, anyone who hadn't played the game wouldn't make sense of what I was talking about, like, for the last 10 seconds. Oh, also Dukas leaves our party for now. Good riddance, because he's useless anyway. And hello again, X-Rays. Welcome. Alright, back to the story. We invited Lucery to the 100 years to the past. So she got to saw this Ionian village before it got destroyed. Basically, we arrived just in time, just before Ionian soldiers are about to attack the village, because they've been accusing this village of hiding forbidden books. And we have an old warrior here, an old martialist by the name of Hydrake, who want to try to help defending the village. And according to Lucery, 100 years later, Hydrake's name known as the hero who tried to defend the village from Ionian soldiers, but he got killed. And now we get to meet him before he was about to be killed. So obviously the one thing we will do is that we'll help defend the village to stop it from being destroyed. So Hydrake, so the characters are the ancestor characters on the past, they are always overpowered by this point in the game. They're like level 50, while our other characters are only like at level 10 by this point, or even less than that. Anyway, first fight against Ionian soldiers. So, in this game, the game is probably trying to hint to us that we are supposed to teach the martial skills to Boldon. But yeah, again, we don't really have to do that. And we'll just gonna have Boldon use his own skill instead to make the fights faster. Okay, first thing we want to kill the mage. That should be close to being dead. Okay, good. So yeah, Hydrake uses his skill on a different soldier, and Boldon's just gonna use his own skill instead of doing the teach. If this is a 100 egg stars run, I'll be teaching the skill to Boldon here, because I need that for the to recruit 100 egg stars, but we don't need it right now. Oh, actually, I should have healed Mira. Oh, so yeah, if I let Mira die, the fight will be slower, because Mira also deals a lot of damage. Ooh, Boldon is almost dead as well. Honestly, I think Hydrake might could just use this skill on the other soldier, but anyway, it doesn't matter, I think. I'll just heal Mira. Die. Okay, this should kill it. So we'll have to do 2 battles against these soldiers. This is the first one. The second one, there'll be more enemies, so it's a bit more dangerous. Oh, we got something. Ah, damn it, I didn't notice what it is. There's a small chance that we could get this item called Giant's One, which is like a very strong weapon for Mira, but I don't think it was that one just now. What do we got? Hang on, we got something. Oh, nice, we do get Giant's One. Nice, nice, that's really helpful. Giant's One is like 3 times stronger than our current weapon. Oh, Boldon is almost dead. You know what? Screw it. Don't bother. Don't have that much medicine. Damn it, why do I hit this enemy? The trigger to the next battle is like very close to this enemy, so sometimes I might just hit the enemy instead. But anyway, yeah, so there's a small chance for that fight. Small, but not that small. Actually, like in one of these fights, we will get the Giant's One. And yeah, if we do, that will speed up the upcoming fights quite a lot. Mira's will be a lot stronger now. Okay, thanks to the Giants one, I think I could kill the mage straight away on the first turn here. I hope Ilya could move before the others so that he could kill Bolden. Nice, there you go. Stayed straight away. If Lucery dies, I don't care because Lucery is weak. Lucery is like... she came in at level 20, like about 10 level higher than us. But Archer sucks in this game. So as you see, like her ability deals very little damage overall. Compared to characters like with 10 level lower like Mira or Boldon. Nice. You just kill it? Damn it. Lucery sucks. There's a few times in the game where the story requires you to use Lucery, unfortunately. And I always put her in the front, cause if she dies, I don't care, cause she's kinda crap. Actually, I should have Hadred attack the officer instead, because I think the other soldiers will be almost dead already. Bit of mistake there. Shit, tank. Yep, basically. Yeah, basically some of the strategy in this game, we make the useless character as a tank, cause we don't care if they die or not. Hey Kunit, welcome. Nah, there's no rune. Nah, this is a completely different system in this game. It's a completely different universe. Hey, Kabano, when's the last time an RPG character actually dies? They will never die, man. Don't worry. And so we save the village, and what do I do here? Put me am I? We put this with unite. Nah, they have Stars of Destiny, but they have Stars of Destiny, but yeah, it's a completely different universe. Otherwise, there's no runes or anything like that. Nah, there's no way I'm going to break record this run. I'm already like 5 minutes slower compared to my personal best because I made some huge mistakes. Anyways, story time. So, we saved the village from being destroyed 100 years ago. But turns out recently they've been attacked by the Vermilion Eggs as well. So the village is kinda in shambles right now. And we want to find out where the Vermilion Eggs hides around these mountains. Yeah, so Kabano, so the story of this game. If you are expecting a Suikoden story, you'll be disappointed because the story is like a lot different. It's definitely not a Suikoden style storyline, but it's actually a pretty good storyline. Like I enjoyed it actually. Unlike Suikoden Tier Chris, where I think the story is actually not that good. With this one, I actually enjoyed the story, and I enjoyed the dialogues as well. No, but yeah, again, it's not a Suikoden storyline though. And so here it is, we found the hideout of the Vermilion Eggs. I should have picked the second dialogue choice, it'll be faster for the dialogue. Oh my god. Also, you could just use the menu here to travel to the hideout. Okay, another battle coming up, but it's a pretty simple battle though. Hey Tautotori, welcome. Not everyone's healed, but they're still at high health, it's fine. Ah, unlucky that they move first. Oh, Hero. I mean, if Hero is dead, not a big deal, really. Luceri actually doing damage for once. He kind of stopped Hero. I think the mage is almost dead, so maybe I'll have Mira attack someone else instead. There you go. And not real records, like... So... Oops. I should use... Anyway. Well, if you can't say Glensla run earlier, you could count it as a world record, but that's just because he's using emulator. It's not a real record compared to the console. But anyway, see. This unit, marathon runs like this, it's very unlikely that the run will be record. And if it does, that's just because the record isn't that good yet. Instead, because really, when you play in a marathon like this, you just showcase the game. I don't really focus on actually being good, you know? Because it's hard to being good while on a showcase like this. And it won't be as fun to watch if I just focus on being good without actually showing up the game. There are a couple of things I could show off earlier that actually slows me down, but it could be a bit fun to show. Oh, hang on, I just want to check something. Can Hero have an item? Oh, nice, he got a Bastard Sword. Okay, good. Okay, that upgrades his weapon a bit. Anyway, pretty long dungeon. This is like the what? I remember my first time in this dungeon, I got confused as hell, and I was considering quitting the game because of it. But there are a couple of dungeons in this game that's like very confusing, but since I already know where to go right now, yeah, I'll... It's easy. It's actually short. There's also an optional recruit here that you could get by like pressing some switches and throughout the dungeon, but we won't bother to do that right now. Oh, actually, never bothered. So for this fight, all you have to do is to just have Hero use his area attack. These enemies are weak. One area attack and that's all there is to it. Very balanced game. Oops. Okay, we finally got to meet the Terras Pharmas. See, they've been hyping these Terras Pharma monsters all day, throughout all the game, but we will have 2 Terras Pharma fights, and they're actually pretty easy. They're not threatening at all. Okay, first fight. So these are Ice Elemental Terras Pharmas, and you know what? I'll try using Miyamai's skill. So Miyamai's skill is to attract enemies' attention onto the target, and so I just have her target herself, so that enemies will attack her. Cause basically Miyamai is useless outside of that little skill, and it's good if the enemies attack Miyamai instead of our other more useful characters. And that's also why I put Miyamai in the front. So again, Miyamai is a bard, and bards are actually useless throughout this game. And I don't mind if Miyamai die, she's just a waste of time to have. And we have her just because it's required to use her in the story for some reason. Good, attack Miyamai so I don't need to bother healing. I think Hero's area attack is just gonna kill that little Terra, so... Also, again, yeah, this is an Ice Elemental Terra's Pharma, so my Mage, which have a Fire Magicite, it will deal even more damage against this enemy. We could actually... There are recruits that give us more Magicites, more Magicite elements. Like, by this point in the story, we could recruit a character that gives us Ice Magicites, that is good against Fire enemies, but recruiting him takes a long time too, so we won't bother doing that. Also, Miyama is dead, which is actually good, because that means I don't have to menu with her, which just slows down the game. Again, Miyama is useless. And yeah, here we have the Terra's Pharma that has been hyped all game, and yeah, it's actually weak. Also good that most of them are not damaged, so Ilia doesn't need to bother healing and wasting her time. Okay, the fights went really well actually. Nah, I can't. There's no way I'll do that. I'm still like 4.5 minutes behind my PB. Where do I go here again? Item store. Alright, so we're gonna get Najin to join us. So Najin is a ring maker. So rings basically are items that gives you additional buffs. It could be anything depending on what the ring is. Like you could craft the ring to have like a attack bonus, a defense bonus, a magic bonus, etc. And yeah, it depends on like what you craft with the ring. And so Najin is one of the ring maker in this game, and we could recruit more skills from different ring makers later on if you want to. But like most of the crafting system in this game is actually kind of useless for the speedrun. Good morning, Irreverent. Oh, I actually did a bit of mistake. We have an upcoming boss fight that we are not supposed to win against here. And what I should have done is to remove all my characters from my formation except the hero himself, because the hero can easily survive. So in this fight, we just have to survive 2 turns and the fight is over. So what I do normally, I just have I'll just remove my other characters except the hero himself. But yeah, I forgot to do that. Because if I remove other characters, then the menuing is just faster. I don't have to press defend 5 times each turn. I can just press it once. Yeah, I forgot to do it. Okay. That's a small time loss, but still time loss too. Anyway, story time. There is an informant that told us a certain merchant want to meet us in this out of nowhere place. And there's a giant bird Terra's Pharma that we just meet earlier infesting the place. So this merchant Uze, he has a hard time getting out, and so he saved him. Also, Uze is actually a Malecite crafter. So Malecite, the literal translation is cursed stones, and it's basically the crafting the materials for shamans. Shamans is a class that we don't have yet, but we will have it pretty soon too. Anyway, we'll recruit Uze, our Magicite crafter, our Malecite crafter, before we even have the shaman. But spoilers is that shaman is generally useless, so yeah, we're not going to bother using his service at all. Also, that Magicite crafter leads us to another informant. He is hidden deep beneath this Mount Yoni. And there's another long, confusing dungeon, but there's no actual boss fights here, so yeah, I don't have to do any battles. There's some kind of maze here where there are some cliffs that you can't walk through, which is not visible on the map, so this one is like a lot of trial and error to get through this map. It made me really pissed off when I was doing the first playthrough on the screen. But since I replayed this game, I already know where to go, so yeah, it's not an issue though. Okay, story time. There is a hideout that is actually secretly a library, and we meet a guy by the name of Regius. So Regius have found this a place hideout with full of what he called forbidden books, which are books from a long time in the past, like more than 100 years ago. And Ionia considered any books from a long time ago as a forbidden book. So normally anyone who's in possession of forbidden book will get arrested. And yeah, yes, that's another part of the story where they're actually kind of right that there's a forbidden book nearby. Wait, what do I have to do? I'm actually not. Hang on. Can I replace this illusory here? Anyway, so we have a new guy joining us, Regius. He's a ninja. Regius. So from now on, we'll have to use Regius on a lot of the story. Unfortunately, Regius is actually kind of crap. His abilities are weak. But because the game forces us to use him, so unfortunately we still have to use him, and we'll have to buy a better item for him later on, so that he could actually be moderately useful. Also, Regius, basically he's the strategist of this game. From now on in the story, he'll be the one who mastermind the plans for our company. Okay, coming up soon, we'll get to name our army and our castle. So chat, suggest a name for both the army and the castle. Hey, where do I go? Main hall. Garuda Army Freedom Castle? Okay, I could stick with that. Kind of weird choices, but yeah, it works out. That's actually even better. Okay, you guys gonna go with Wakabo's suggestion? Yes or no? Oh, what's this? Is the army combination? Okay, so castle. Castle. Oops. Where do I? Okay, there you go. Okay, and the army headquarters, right? Actually, it's company, not army, but anyway, whatever. Yeah. Okay, so we have the castle army and the army castle. Yeah, I've decided. And of course, see, they praised our names. We made a good name, chat. Don't worry, Wakabo. Like, I'm just going to mash through all these dialogues anyway, so you guys won't even watch a thing anyway. It will show up in the map, but it's just gonna be show up briefly anyway, because I'm just gonna click through the map icon very fast. So yeah, it's not like the name's gonna be shown for some time at all. That's how it goes, JP, for every... I think every RPG game is like that. Hey, you have a name choice, you name it whatever you want. You name it like... You name it with a swear word and they say, oh, hey, this name looks good. That's another one thought story. I think in one of my attempts for this game, I just named my main character with symbols. There are some symbols that you could use here. Okay, anyway, fighting coming up soon. So we saw these soldiers bullying a featherfolk. And we'll have the featherfolk so that we could ally with the featherfolks. Are there no swear words at all, Suikoden? Actually, there's none, I think. Yeah. So these soldiers are actually pretty tough. I have to be a bit careful here. Make sure I didn't forget to heal anyone. So I think first I want to kill the mage. Wait! Oh, one thing I forgot to do. I forgot to have a sort of unite with. Right. Normally I would have set up a unite with Hero and Mira so that Mira's damage will be buffed. Forgot to do that. Anyway, I could set it up in the middle of this fight. So battle plan, unite setup. You have. So, setting up a unit in the middle of the fight is kind of funny. It will like change the turn order throughout the fight. And if you're lucky, it could be on your benefit. But if you're not lucky and Pira dies, well, hit that. Oops. I think I'm actually lost that fight. Okay, I just, out of nowhere, I just lost two of my good characters straight away. And there's no way of resurrecting them, so I think I'm just dead there if I try to continue the fight. Either I'm dead or the fight will just be super slow. Yeah, so we have three characters that deal decent damage. Here, the main character, Boldon, and Mira. And two of them die straight away on the first turn. Like, we have Regius and Lucery that is kinda crap, and Ilias the healer, so yeah. Basically, with two of our good characters die, I think it's pointless to continue the fight. Floating Fortress, that's one of the harder bosses in this game. I'll go over that later on, but yeah, that boss takes me a lot of time to properly test. That's one of the few times where the boss is actually challenging. And yep, Kabono, there's no sacrificial Jizo in this game. There's a healing item that you could recruit to craft. You could craft a healing item to resurrect someone, but that's only like late in the game though, where you could do that, and it also takes a lot of time, so it's pointless to do that in a speedrun. Okay, nice, the mage dies already. Unfortunately, the mage already got to move too. Some other units are damaged. Regius is dead, but that's fine. Regius is not that good, so... Regius still do some damage in here, because his level is a bit high, but I don't really mind him dying. He's crap. He's not that good in general. Oh, Lucery is actually doing decent damage there for once. Lucery and Regius could still do decent damage if they get critical, but if they don't, and it's usually kind of crap. Above Dukas, yeah, I mean Dukas is completely useless, that's true. Which is why I never bothered using Dukas anymore. Gonna heal Hero. I'm not going to bother healing Lucery, because again, Lucery isn't that good. Regius is, okay, in the late game later on, there's one of the boss fight in this game. It gives us a very good dagger. I mean, katana, right? Yeah, that's ninja. So yeah, one of the late game bosses, it gives a very good katana, and after that, Regius actually is becoming pretty good. Because his attack will be really high after that. But before that, though, I mean, we still use him because the game forces us to do it. But he's not so good at the time. Hero again. Regius, I mean, Dukas is a tank, a lot of health, a lot of defense, but his attack is crap. So it's kind of pointless to use him if I want just to beat the game fast. Okay, this time it actually went really smooth. Regius dies early, but again, as I said earlier, Regius dying doesn't really matter. This actually went really well, actually. It compensates for the restart that we had earlier. Yeah, right. Barches, jungler to Barches is really uselessly. I mean, not useless, but instead of using a Bard, you might as well just use a character that could actually deal damage. That's a much more useful way of having a party slot. Shamans are crap, except for one thing. There's a Malicite that could stun an enemy. That one is actually useful, but other than that, it's crap. Oh, also we recruited. Oh yeah, wait, what? Oh yeah, this again? Hang on. Oh right. So oh yeah, craft arrows. He's what you call a fletcher. It's an arrow crafter. So the way archers work in this game, like you could craft arrows, and the arrows could have different bonuses. And that could actually make Lucery better. But still, if you try to craft arrows, it still doesn't make Lucery as good as others, so it's pointless to do. And we'll never use the Fletchers at all. It's fun to use arrows though, like if you have more options later on, because you have like elemental arrows that you could use to target a certain enemy's weakness. But yeah, for the purpose of the speedrun, it's pointless to do it. It's just gonna cost unnecessary time to do it. Anyway, we went to this Featherfolk town, and we allied ourselves with the Featherfolks. And one of us will join us soon. Hello, Botak-san, welcome. So this is Guaini, the chief of the Featherfolk, and his brother Butruga. So Butruga is a shaman, and he's going to join us soon. So again, as shaman, usually what they are supposed to do is they have stones, curse stones, to debuff the enemies. But a bit of spoiler is that shaman actually sucks. As I said, shaman sucks except for one. Like there is one optional character later on which you could recruit, which gives you a stone that allows you to stun enemies, and that one could actually be really useful. But otherwise, it's useless. Wait, what do I do here? Keep place. Okay. Yep. Hero Emira. Play the Lucery. Actually, hang on. Something I have to do. Formation. Put Uldon in the back. Put Putruga in the front because he's useless. Also, a bunch of shopping here. Armorer. Wolfang and 2 Beetle Leader. Beetle Ladder. Damn it, English is hard. What is it again? Item store. Okay, even more shopping here. Buy medicine, mega medicine, and firestone, and 2 times medicinal flower. I was slow menuing, but I just want to be careful because there's plenty of menuing here and I don't remember anymore. What is this? Wolfang. Beetle Ladder. Mira. Beetle Ladder. What is this? Okay, heal important characters. Actually, I shouldn't bother healing. Reuse is kinda pointless anyway. Okay, I want to heal Hero, Boldon, and Lusri, Mira, because they're useful. Okay. 100 star runs. So I've already done it there, star. So you could look at my YouTube channel or my speedrun.com page. Like, my time is like 7 hours and 26 minutes. I could probably showcase it for next year. For a 100 stars run. It's a complicated route because, as you know, the 100 stars of this game is like super convoluted, super complicated. And anyway, yeah. So I've already done a run of it. If you want to watch it on my YouTube channel. If I were to put it on a marathon, I'll probably put like around 8-hour estimate for the 100 stars run. Yeah, well, my first attempt of doing that, my playthrough doing that 100 star recruit, the only thing I was thinking is like, what the heck are they thinking? Like, some characters you have to go back and forth like 2 or 3 times to so many different places multiple times. Hey, so we meet another character, so he's another vegetable chef. And yeah, for some reason he doesn't care about the big monster bird that is flying over this area. And yeah, so we're going to fight this big monster bird soon. So this big monster bird, it's called Atarinteras Kamirta. Anyway, yeah, it's been hyped for like quite a while here, but it's actually a pretty easy boss fight. Like, this boss fight coming soon. Well, his attack is actually kind of strong, but it's only a single damage, a single target damage. So it usually takes a long time for him to actually kill one person, and yeah, we're just gonna kill him before he kills us, basically. That's the strategy of this boss. I don't even put Ilya on my party here right now, because I usually don't need the healing. I'm just gonna kill it before they kill us. And also because Lusri and Butruga is forced on our party, and they are kinda useless. So, Butruga, the shaman, the only thing I will do with him is defend. Cause he have a poison skill. The skill takes a lot of animation time and it deals very little damage. So it's kinda pointless to do. Only thing I do is just defend with him. Okay, they attack Regius, which is a good thing, because Regius isn't that good, and I wouldn't mind Regius dying. I put Boldon in the backs, cause even though Boldon is normally kind of tough, I rather have Lusri or Butruga get damage, because Lusri or Butruga is kind of useless, and Boldon actually deals good damage. Hey, Regius die. Regius dies on our last 2 fights, so he's missing quite some levels here. Although with this game, like, losing a bit of level doesn't really matter. The leveling up doesn't do that much in this game. Oops, wrong ability. I was supposed to use the skill. I pressed counter instead. That's a time loss. They can attack any. Yes, yeah. So the only thing. So your position. The only thing it matters is that if you're in the back, it makes your opponent have a less chance to attack you, and if it's at the front, it'll be a higher chance of them getting attacked. So yeah, usually all I do is just I put either the tanks on the front or the useless characters on the front. And I put the useful but kind of weak characters on the back, like Hero and Mira. Their levels aren't that high and their health aren't that high, so I put them in the back so that there's less chance of them getting hit. Okay. Now that the bird boss is gone, we could progress through this area and move forward. Okay, coming up soon is a duel boss. It's kind of a meme. The duel boss that's coming up soon is basically just pure luck whether we won or not. I'll probably have like around like 60 or 70% chance of winning. And so we still have a pretty big chance of actually just losing. And if we lose, then we have to retry the duel. And that will cost us some time. think in my PB I actually died. I actually lost the duel once, so I lost like about a minute from this duel. Let's see if we won it straight away here. Alright. So we meet a Scalehorde woman by the name of Serendrum. And she actually knows our mother. Because they are both fellow swordswomen. And yeah, she's basically mourning her our mother here in this grave. Anyway, typical RPG. The warrior character challenges us to a duel to prove our worth. And we have to win this duel. And again, it's a lot of luck whether we win or not here. Because it all depends on whether the opponent will use her skill or not, because her skill is powerful, but if she just uses her normal attack, then it's fine normally. Oh shit, that's okay, that's only a regular attack, so that's fine. So normally we kill her in our 4 of our skills, and we just have to hope that she doesn't keep using her... so this Phoenix Slash, if she uses this 3 times on us, or even 2 times on us, then we'll be dead. So we just hope she doesn't use the Phoenix Slash 2 more times and just do regular attack. Okay. If she... Oh, nice. That's lucky. That might save us. Because if she uses skill here and... Oh, that was really lucky actually. We used 3 attacks. Okay, I think we got good criticals there. We got some lucky criticals and yeah, we beat her in only 3 attacks instead of 4. That's actually really lucky. And typical RPG, so yeah, after we beat her in a duel, she joins us. And yeah, she's a good character. And her level is high, so, you know, typically with speedruns, we don't do a lot of normal we hardly do any normal battles. And our level is low, and Serendrum joins at an intended level, at like level 25. But I think Hero and Mira is probably only around at like 17 or 18 by this point. So having a character at an intended level is good, because that means they have higher stats. And Serendrum itself is a strong character. And also the good thing is that now Lusuri and Butruga isn't required anymore. We'll just remove them from the formation as ASAP. Damn it. I was trying to avoid this enemy because it keeps moving around. Oh, this enemy actually also SP, I didn't know that. Anyway, yeah. Anyway, now that, yeah, again, it's now that we don't need to use Lusuri and Butruga anymore, we could just take them out and never use them anymore. Okay, Forsaken Martilion. So, Martilion. This used to be a big city, but 20 years ago, the Ionian Empire destroyed and massacred this city because apparently they were trying to rebel or something like that. And so the ruins of the city is currently used as a headquarters by the Ionian army to try to fight the Vermilion Eggs. Although they still haven't found where the Vermilion Eggs hides. And yeah, so it's up to us to actually... Wait, where do we go to here? Right, Armorer. Yeah, it's up to us to find the Vermilion Eggs, and also we have some shopping to... Actually, no, we don't really need to do it here. So, normally I would have a Giant's One here, which is like a strong weapon for Mira, but we already luckily got a Giant's One earlier. From... we just sell this right here. Yeah, we just sell our equipment as well for money later on. Wrong way, damn it. Yeah, normally we'll buy Giant's One, but we fortunately already got one earlier from one of the random drops, so we don't need to do that. That saves quite a lot of money as well. Hang on. What do you mean about Taksan? Hang on. So, E1D, Anyway, back to the story. So we got introduced to this place that used to be called Hodos Village. But the village has actually been, there's a massive flood 60 years ago. And so the village has disappeared. And you see, the people in this world, they didn't know that boats exist. They didn't know that they could travel over water. So Regius suspects that the Vermilion Eggs is hiding behind the river, and they will use the river to attack the Ionian headquarters. Since the Ionian doesn't know that boats exist. And so Regius came up with a strategy. We're going to travel to the pass. We plant a tree here, travel to the pass, and we try to stop the flooding from happening. So if the flood doesn't happen, then the Vermilion Eggs wouldn't be able to use the river as a hideout. Yeah, Kabono. So basically, one of the main point of this game is that people doesn't know that boats exist. And it'll be explained later on and through the story. There's an explanation for why is that the case, but basically later on there's a bit of explanation on how boats used to exist in a distant past, but the technology was forbidden by the Ionian Empire. That's a bit of spoilers though, because we haven't reached that part yet. Anyway, we have to go here and talk to Haydrag so he could plant a tree for us in the village. Typical stuff. What is this? This is like the 5th or 6th time we've been doing this, planting a tree on the pass to solve a problem. Damn it, this NPC blocking me. Nope, this is not canon. So this game is like completely different to the main Suikoden series. It's a completely different universe, so nothing to do with the main series. Okay, so on this kitchen menuing, there's one special thing I'm going to do. Oh, hang on, before that we're gonna meet Bjorn for the first time on our headquarters. But anyway, so when you do a dinner, normally you have a conversation with all of our characters, and that wastes time. So what I will do, I will select this with favorite options. Actually one thing. I'll select this with favorite allies option to make the dialogue faster. Although there's one thing I forgot earlier though. Damn it, I'll just do it later. I should have put Mira in the favorite allies list. Anyway, so what I will do, instead of having a dinner with my party, I just have a dinner with myself by using that favorite allies option. And because I don't have any other favorite allies, the dialogue is just gonna be by Hero himself. So that saves time. Okay, now that's a tree in Hodos Village. And we could go to the boss. Nope, runes doesn't exist, E1D. Yeah, there's no runes at all, like the universe is completely different. Anyway, we meet Wafdi, a character from one of the village denizens from 100 years ago. And here we are supposed to talk to the villagers to hear why they haven't built up the embankments to prevent the flooding. And apparently there's a monster near the embankments that made them afraid to go near them. And so it's up to us to beat the monsters. So boss fight coming up. Not a hard boss fight though. So yeah, basically the boss is a black buffalo, a giant black buffalo, and Wafdi is going to bait the buffalo to us, and we're going to fight it. this boss, his attacks is strong, but his health isn't that high though, so we're basically just gonna kill him before he kills us. That's the strategy on quite a lot of these fights. Normally, Ilya doesn't even need to do anything. Ooh, Regius got one shot from full health. Oh man, Regius keep dying on the last 3 fights, like his level's gonna be low. I mean, doesn't really matter, but... Oh, also this boss is actually weak to fire magic for some reason. So Mira will do a lot of damage here. I think he's almost dead. So if his health is low, he's going to use a strong area attack that could like deal more than 50% damage to all of our characters. Normally we would have killed this boss before he got to use that though. Although with Regius dying, maybe he'll use he'll just heal and Rune. The heal is probably not needed, but I guess we'll just do it. Yeah, true, Clef. And there you go, the boss dies before he's got to use his ultimate attack. Yeah, with this fight, some opponents have a unique element, and you could use that to your advantage if you know like what element is he is weak against. Where do we go here? Wait, go back. Damn it, wrong direction. Okay, time to go back to the present. Okay, so now that the village is no longer flooded and the village actually still exists 100 years later. And here we meet the elder of this village by the name of Modi. So yeah, they hate the Ionian soldiers and refuse to follow their orders. Not really chain combos, it's more like unit attack is you pair characters together and they have good relationship, then their damage got buffed. So Hero and Mira, they have max relationship value by default. And I put them on Unite so that Mira got the bonus damage. Not sure if that makes sense, but yeah, it's not like old Suikodens where you have a special Unite attacks. In here, if you put someone in Unites, then they'll still do regular attacks, but with a bit of bonus. Anyway, we meet Modi. So he's an old herbalist, so he's not a healer. And he's actually the grandson of the Wafdi, the young Wafdi that we meet 100 years in the past. And yeah, we're going to reunite them both. Yeah, basically the unite here is only like, it increases the base stats a bit, that's all there is to it. There's not a lot to unites. And oh, you could also transfer skills if you unite 2 characters of the same type. So that's another thing that I won't bother doing the speedrun because it's pointless. And so, Modi meet his grandfather from 100 years ago, when the grandfather is still young. Yeah, basically, so yeah, our character have this knowledge of the trees, this thing called era trees. It allows us to travel to the past, and that's how we've been solving our problems, by going to the past 100 years in the past. So Wafdi believes us to be the one who saved this village 100 years ago, and now he'll follow our order. So Regius told us to told Wafdi to evacuate the village, have everyone evacuate the village, and that will cause the Vermilion Eggs to come out of their hideout and start their attack. Alright, chat, do you think the story still makes sense so far? The answer is no. Well, actually, the story is actually, by this point, I think I actually like the story, but me trying to summarize it over a commentary like this probably wouldn't make sense. E1D, I think, yeah. I mean, this game, it's enjoyable to play, but the game story is... If you're expecting a Suikoden story, you'll be disappointed, because the story isn't really like a Suikoden story. Okay, we'll pick this chest. Can we avoid this? Yeah, usually you can't, because the path is really narrow. Slice of life. Actually, nah, come to think of it, if you like slice of life story, yeah, maybe you like this. Because, yeah, like there's a lot of optional characters with their own like unique backgrounds and all. Okay, and now Modi will join us. So Modi is a much better healer than Ilya. And we're just gonna replace Ilya with Modi forever. Oh, Modi is also gonna be fun to showcase. Why? You'll see later. Anyway, time to go to the Vermilion Eggs hideout. So, I made Modi the leader, and... Chat, this is the best animation throughout the game. Anyway, coming up soon is a long dungeon with some puzzles that is like very confusing. Although again, I'm already out of this game, so I know where to go. But this dungeon is still like it's still I think the longest dungeon for the speedrun. You have to walk a lot. Holy, yeah, good. You know, then start like me just smashing through this dialogue, making it. Now everyone misses like the joke about the oldie and Modi. Kinda sad. I wonder how it's actually posed in the like in the Japanese. Like how does the joke actually worded? Hey Sofnam, good morning for you. Yep, Modi basically have the most badass walk. Hang on, where do I go here? Right. Yes, soft now. It's a... So we have to press this switch to open this wall. Imagine in your first playthrough, you don't know where things are and you have to trial and error every single corners of these to figure out where to go. Like, I was really pissed at this dungeon on my first playthrough. Hang on, where do I go? Okay. Modi have a very strong healing spell, but at the same time the healing spell also heals enemies as well. So it actually makes it really interesting to use because you have to like think carefully on when to want to use the healing. Because if you just heal the enemy, that might just slow down the game. Indeed, Kawono, indeed. Okay, there's two of these switches and we have one of... So, yeah, we get this item called Frost Shard to destroy the burning door earlier. Oh, guys, so just a heads up. So, Star have been participating in this chat a lot. So, and Star is the main translator of this translation patch. So, it's a really high quality translation patch. Really, I really enjoy it actually. Like, apparently there's like 210,000 dialogue boxes to translate from what they said on their own website. And it's a huge translation project. So, big shout out to Star and the translation team here. Yes, without them, I wouldn't be able to play this game at all. And yeah, they make the dialogues enjoyable to read overall. Oops, that scorpion enemy is a bit obscure. It's in the corner and kind of camouflages with the wall color. Yeah, if you don't pay attention, you could easily hit it. That animation of him picking an item as well is kind of swag. Damn it, hit this one. Don't think I could afford that one though. Fortunately with this game, like, you have a 100% escape rate. So if you hit an enemy, it's usually not a huge time loss. Unless if, like, let's say you got really unlucky and multiple enemies move before you get to move. And also E1D, yeah, so basically that's how Modi works. So yeah, his healing ability, it's named Mother Ocean, based on the ultimate flowing rune spell in the main Suikoden games. And yeah, the way it works is that you heal a very high health to all of your allies, but it also heals your enemies. Hey Valencia, welcome. Where do I go here? What top? 100% run. I've done 100 X stars run of this already. It takes about like 2 hours longer than the 80%. It's all. If anyone want to watch the 100 X stars, you could look at my YouTube or like the speedrun.com page of this game. And I'll probably could show the 100 X star run next year on the next Suikoden. Yeah, maybe if someone else actually ran this game besides me, then we could have 2 showcase of this game in the next Suikoden. One 80% and 100 X stars. If there's someone else doing a run of it. It's not the most fun game to speedrun, but it's actually easy to run though. It's like the game is pretty simple. So if anyone want to try like their first RPG speedrun experience, trying to do something easy, this game might be an option. Cause it's easy to learn. Hey, one way. Oh, 100 escape, yeah, 100% escape. So basically, yeah, this game, you have a 100% escape rate on all regular encounters. Oh, I have to heal. Okay, boss fight coming up. There's a bit of a long cutscene before that, but Clef, I think after this point is the point where you start to have like more character choices, so yeah, the routing is a bit more complicated at this point. And so hey, onward. Yeah. Anyway, this is Zoxium. He's like one of the heads of the Vermilion Eggs. He's the one who knows how to control these Terras Pharma. And we got to fight him alongside the Terras Pharma monsters. Yes. If you do the 100 extra recruit E1D, that will feel even more like a slice of life. Okay, so the side enemies are easy to kill, but Zoxium himself, he have two powerful abilities. One of them is a huge, it's a massive area damage attack, and if he uses that, then Modi will have to use Mother Ocean to heal everyone. The other one is a single target skill that will basically one-shot everyone that's gonna get hit. So, okay, he's using the area attack here, so Modi will have to heal. See, everyone's close to being dead straight away after that. And unfortunately, it heals a bit of the enemy Terras as well, because I already damaged him a bit. Okay, move. Let me kill these things, please, before Modi get to heal. Oh yeah, onward. This UI is actually hang on. You know what? I'm just going to defend. Again, because I have Modi going to heal anyway. Because if I Bolt-on attack earlier, then it's gonna be pointless. Because Modi will have to heal. Area attack again. That means I have to Mother Ocean again after this. Kinda annoying because that will slow down the fight again. So he still have a high health, I think. Let's say he got healed again, and we haven't really dealt that much damage. His second ability is the one where he uses single target skill to basically it's a very high damage and it's gonna kill anyone that he hits. But it's actually good if he did that, because that means I don't need to heal with Mother Ocean with Modi, I think. And only having one person die doesn't really lose you that much damage usually. Should I use Mother Ocean to heal? Because he's almost dead, I think. Or I just risk it. You know what? I'll just risk it. I won't bother using Mother Ocean. Okay, never mind. See, there it dies. In Japanese, the Modi or already running joke is Modi or Moji. That's actually a good translation. Like, both of them are like close to each other, man. Yeah, Zoxium's health actually isn't that high, but sometimes the fight you're gonna get slowed down because you heal him with the Mother Ocean if you have to use it. Also, the Vermilion Eggs does manage to massacre the Ionian army stationed in here. But they have to keep the game PG-13, so they mentioned how the city have a lot of rubbles, but they didn't mention how there's like a lot of corpses or blood, which again doesn't make sense, because if the entire army just got slaughtered here, you would have seen like a lot of corpses as well, but they only mentioned the rubble. Anyway, so Regius suggests us to go to another place, and we have to plant a tree there, so we could... Anyway, Regius suggests like there's an old fortress ruins named Dio's Fortress, and he just to plant a tree there. Because 100 years ago, he feels it's likely that there's some valuable information to learn by visiting the past. I don't know. This game was made in, was it 2012? Maybe the rating is a bit stricter at the time. Hang on. Move to HQ and the paragraph. Yeah, you're gonna have to go to headquarters here to get some more items. Kitchen. Okay, one thing I'm going to do in the kitchen here, to make menuing faster, I use the edit favorite with favorite ls option. So I only have to talk to 2 characters in the dinner instead of 6. But I also put Mira in the favorite allies option because I want to buff Mira's magic from the dinner. That probably won't make sense for 99% of the people here who haven't played the game. But, I think the remaster is marked as mature. Like, if you try to visit the Steam forums, they have that menu that says like, oh, you have to confirm like you are, like, there are sensitive contents in here also. And I think that they made the game as mature rated, I think. I'm rated. Because yeah, they have that warning. How is it misapplied? Because I think it makes sense that, like, you know, this game shows like Suikoden 2 especially shows a lot of violence with how like people getting massacred and all that. So, oh, there's also nah, never mind. Jean is close enough, like not complete, but still kind of. You know, let me heal everyone. It means I heal the enemies a bit, but that doesn't really matter. Like not doesn't, but yeah, the Jean makes it. Yeah, Jean makes that category make sense, and I think there's a few others as well that you could categorize with that. With that statement. Oh, gambling is another thing I think that might causes it to be have a bit of rating on it. Although I don't think I really care about like some kind of gambling mini game in video games normally, but who knows. Also, yeah guys, as Moobot said, follow that twitch.tv/Suikothon. We are planning to try to hold like other non-speedrun community events there in the future. Anyway, another fight with Vermilion Eggs, same kind of enemy. So we got introduced to a spear woman named Hermione. So she's a survivor of the Ionian army that got destroyed earlier. And here, as she was about to be killed, we saved her. Oh, let's do this. Let's do a bit of healing, as we can. Whoa, whoa, whoa! That's cheating, E1D. Come on. Also, by this point, honestly, I shouldn't really bother attacking with Regius. Like, you see Regius' damage is very low. I never bothered upgrading his weapon, and his damage isn't that good in the first place anyway. Although I don't want Regis to lose too much levels though, because we're still going to use him for like quite a lot of parts in the game. He'll get more levels later on easily. Fine. Nice. So we got a new character, Hermione. And yes, she's actually useful. We're going to use her a lot throughout the rest of the game here. She came with an already decent weapon and at a decent level as well, and her skill also deal quite a lot of damage as well. And this is the last time we'll see Boldon, because we won't bother using Boldon anymore from now on. Also, we could just menu to the next place. Okay, so the story here is this is a fortress ruins that 100 years ago it used to be used to fight the Terras Farma monsters. And earlier we asked someone from the past to plant a tree here so we could visit it and hopefully obtain more information. And we meet Zephan again after a long time since the start of the game. So Zephan only joined us for a bit. He said he's gonna have a secret thing to do. And we never got to know what it is. So Zephan is in this game is a character that basically a lot of his secrets that was unrevealed throughout the game. And it's a common trope among Suikoden. Where you have characters like, for example, Leknat in Suikoden, or Jean, or Pesmerga, and stuff like that that have plenty of unrevealed secrets. And they try to recreate the same trope with Zephan. Also here we meet the denizens of this fortress, Berenik and Wark. And yeah, they'll basically teach us skills from the past. So our mage Mira and our Hermione and our spearman Hermione will get more skills. Damn it, misclick. Oops, should have selected the second choice. And what did it work? To replace? That don't do. Nothing. Okay, so teaching is kind of straightforward, really. Basically, we pair the spearmains with each other, and We had the mages with each other, and we just have to do this teach option. So, hang on. So, Wark will need to teach 4 times to Hermione, and Berenice will have to teach 3 times to Mira. And Regius and Hero could just do nothing. See, the thing with Tercris honestly, it's like, even though it's a different universe, the way the story works is still similar to other Suikodens. This game though, the story is like really different than other Suikoden stories. If there's anything that could deserve a different name, it'll be this one instead of Tercris. Okay, so that's the 3rd teach from Wark, and this is the 2nd teach for Berenice. 4 of them will have to teach 1 more time in the next fight. Okay, that's the final teach for Berenice, and 1 more teach for Wark. Okay, fortunately Mira already finished her teach. So this tiger, they have an ability to paralyze characters. And if that happened on a character that we still need to do teaching on, that'll be sucks, cause that will slow down our fight. Not the case for this one, unfortunately. Oh, Regis dies again, so you lose more levels. Oh well, I mean, doesn't matter. I mean, you know what? Personally, for me, what holds down Tercris is that it's just not that good, and also it's not in the main universe. So, but honestly, Tercris' story is just like quite a lot of the parts are kind of forced, and yeah, it's just not that good of a story compared to most other Suikodens. I think that's what holding back Tercris, personally for me. But the way the Tercris works, the game still kind of works like other Suikoden games in general. Wait, what do I do? Oh, actually, I want to remove them. Right. Okay, I removed all my characters there because coming up pretty soon, we'll have a fight that we are not supposed to win. The fight is gonna be over in 2 turns. And it'll be faster in the menuing if we remove our characters. We need to have Regius for the story too, so we still have the Regius in the party. But otherwise, yeah, we'll just take out the others. Honestly, if Tercris is actually, personally for me, right, if Tercris is actually made well, the story is as good as other Suikodens, I will heavily enjoy it as well. I mean, you guys know this game Exit Fate, right? So this is the Suikoden-like fan game, and I enjoyed Exit Fate a lot, even though it's not an actual Suikoden game, cause the story is good and the gameplay is good as well. At the end, if the game is good, personally, I think the Tercris would have been received well as well, but Tercris is just that there's plenty of flaws, I think. Like, quite a lot of the story parts are just forced, personally, for me. Stuff. That's true. You could just assume everything is canon with this parallel universe thing. Even though the fact that this whole era 3 and all this thing works completely different than the main Suikoden world, but Anyway, my opinion about this game, the story is just like, it's not a Suikoden story. The pattern of the story is like really different than other Suikodens. But I actually enjoy it. I enjoy the story. It feels like some kind of anime fantasy plot, but I enjoy the story. Voice acting. Oh man. I think the theory is that the voice acting in Tercris it got sped up. Because they want to save the this size in the DS card. Yeah, Forne is a fun character. Oh, you know what? Forne just looks very similar to Apple for some reason. And here we meet Zafid, one of the leaders of the Vermilion Eggs. And yeah, basically we're gonna do a battle with him, and we are not supposed to win this. The battle is gonna be over in 2 turns, so that's why I've been removing my party members from my formation. This monster is actually, the monsters got summoned here, their ability is to just instantly kill someone. Because it will deal super high damage. We'll fight more of these monsters later on late in the game, and they are actually dangerous. Oh, actually, there's a bit of time here where I don't need to do any meshing. Like, usually it's like about 30-40 seconds here. So we saw these scale horde people fighting Zafid and the Terras Farmer monster. Unfortunately, 40 seconds isn't enough to go to the toilet. So I can't use this as a bathroom break. Damn it, we have to watch Zafid doing all that animation. This is slower than usual, I think. Yeah, it's kind of funny. Like yeah, it's kind of scripted in a way how like Jack 1 and the Scale Horde is much more powerful than Zafid. So Zafid will die easily in like 2 turns. But yeah, the way it goes, it's uncertain. Like they could miss, they could like, or they could use different abilities and all. I'm also gonna take this one ingredient in the bottom of this map. Damn it. So it's lively grass. It's an ingredient to make an item called Refresher, which it's an item you could use to refresh your stamina. And we're going to use that a few times later in the game when we start to have other abilities with a higher amount of stamina cost. Modi gonna join us for a bit here, so we get to see his badass walking animation. Although after this part we won't be using Modi anymore until like the last dungeon. So yeah, so after this part, yeah, we're not going to see Modi until a long time near the end of this run. Yeah, his swag is the best. Anyway, this is Sunil, an acquaintance of Modi, and she's an apothecary. So she could craft this medicine called Refresher, and Refresher, yeah, it's used to heal stamina. and which is useful in a few parts later in the game. Oh, actually, there's another part later on where I'm gonna use Modi for a bit. For an optional recruit. That's gonna be in like maybe 1 hour. Yeah, come on, she could have used her own medicine, that's true. Anyway, gonna put other party members. We'll put air mine in the back. Alright, so we're gonna meet more Scalehorde people. So we meet Jack one already, but we're gonna meet another Scalehorde character soon. So go here. This is Gonbosren. He's an armorer as well. And he's looking for a special high quality bone shard. So we're going to help him find it. That's not just a simple fetch quest, really. Oh, did he? I didn't even remember that. I didn't even remember there's such a dialogue. No man, I've been mashing through all these dialogues that I end up forgetting what it is. Anyway, so to go back to Gonbosren, it's faster to use the menu to go to the world map, and we re-enter Behemoth Grave. Because Gonboras is close to the entrance. Anyway, when we interacted with the bone shard, a shining light pops up. And this bone shard is actually a star of destiny. Yes, the piece of bone is a star of destiny. And so I think the explanation behind it is that this bone shard is basically an artifact left by a star of destiny in the past, by a skilled armorer from the past, and just by touching the artifact, the skills already got transferred to Gonbosren. As both Gonbosren and whoever this armorer is, they are both Star of Destiny. And they could transfer skills without even meeting each other. Yes, Kabano. The Kuat is the correct answer. Basically, like some stars in this, like, so out of 108 stars, I think there's maybe about like 20s or so that Star of Destiny that we don't get to meet in person. We just see like their artifacts, like, oh, we see a knife left by a experienced ninja, and then we get the skill. Or we see a piece of armor built by an armorer in the past, and yeah, we get the skill. Oh, 13? Okay, that's not as much as I thought. But yeah, some stars are like that. So they don't even bother to draw a face on the stars. Yeah, their essence, basically. In a way, I guess it's a way for them to save budget, because they don't have to, like, draw the character. And here we want them to plant a tree on the desert to learn more about the desert in the past. Something. This game came out in 2012. And it's a Japanese only game, and there's a fan translation patch that got released like last year, October 2021. Yeah, it's a game for PSP and PS Vita. So yeah, most people have never really heard of this game because it's Japanese only. Nah, it's not better than Exit Fate. I think the gameplay, there's plenty of issues with this game. The story is actually fun though, I think. Even though, okay, the story is like, not a Suikoden story, but I think I still enjoy it. This game is, half of it is kind of like visual novel, because there's just a lot of story with, there's a lot of part where it's just dialogues really. And a lot of battles are kind of simple as well. But yeah, still, I think if you want to try this out, it's still worth a try. The fan translation especially, I think it's a good one. Okay, story time. So, for some reason, there's a second tree when we go back 100 years in the past. And this second tree actually brought us to 200 years in the past. So, we finally traveled to a different timeline this time. And we meet new characters here. So this is Empress Astrid, the wife of the Emperor, 200 years ago, and her bodyguards. And we got to learn that turns out there's a lot of knowledge from 200 years ago that has been lost in the next century. And so here it is, Astrid's gonna tell us the truth behind all of this terrace pharma. Okay, we're gonna go to the headquarters because it's a bit faster to do that to go to the next area. So we are supposed to go to Apiro Desert, and the tree in Apiro Desert is like in the north end of the area. And if you just go to use the world map directly, we're just gonna go to the south instead, which is like far away from the tree. So we're just gonna go back to headquarters, get some extra magicides, and have a dinner and get out. Also using the favorite allies option during the dinner so that there's less dialogues. So if we go this upgrade from the headquarters instead, we'll go to the north where the tree is like right next to us. So we go to 100 years in the past and we have to use the tree again to go to 200 years in the past. So now this whole time traveling thing get even more annoying. We have to do it twice now. On the same spot. Oops, and I clicked the wrong one. I should have selected the year 100 instead of year 300. Grinding relationship is just stupid in this game. It's like, I don't know what the heck they are thinking. With that relationship mechanics. It's just stupid. Nice Chrono Trigger reference. Anyway, So this is where Empress Astrid revealed that there are a barrier around the whole world. And outside of the barrier, spoilers have actually happened. And this spoiler have spoiled the world, and the world that we know is just a spoiler of the spoiler. And we also meet Zephyr again, and this time Zephyr wants to join us, so we get a new character. And Zephyr is a mage, and he's useful as well. So we're going to use Zephyr a lot as well throughout the game. And now we told about the spoilers to other characters, and other characters are so surprised about the spoilers. Yes, sir. That's correct. So now we want to go to the era tree on this castle, but to do that we have to do a dinner. So we got to tell the truth about the spoilers to Thorwald and Rolf, and they got surprised as well, because the knowledge of spoilers has been lost in 100 years ago as well. And they mentioned another character named Nelfan, who has been suspecting the truth of this world, and he's been researching in secret. So they will direct us to him to learn more about this. And it's gonna go back to HQ. Reviews and Zephon. Set unite. Also, we're gonna set up right, the refresher in apothecary. So we want to craft refresher for later in the game, and just gonna set it up now. That's why we picked the lively grass earlier in Apiro Hills. Oh, oops, we're gonna have to do the kitchen. Okay, coming up soon we'll have an optional recruit, which will involve a duel. A duel between Mira and duel using Mira, so... One reason why I put Mira in the favorite LS list during the dinner is that I want to buff her magic, and buffing the magic is important for this duel. Okay, so equipment... Bisco Kachi... Mira... Master Dogi... Protect Star, protect the best school. Okay, so we are going to recruit Astrid, and by recruit I mean it's learning her skill from her. So, to get oh, first of all, yeah, we have to talk to Astrid twice to trigger this duel. She will mention some kind of backstory that Astrid might be a descendant of us. I mean an ancestor, might be our ancestor, and we talk her with Mira, and she will challenge us to a duel, and if we win this duel, we'll get her skill. So it's again this monster. We normally use a skill 3 times to. Oops. Mira will normally just use 3 skills to kill this monster. If we are unlucky, we might not kill it in our 3rd skill, and if that's the case, then Mira is in a serious risk of dying, and we have to repeat this. The chance is low, but it's there. So if this doesn't kill her, I think we'll be screwed, and we have to repeat it well. Okay, there you go. And now Astrid teach her skill to us. So this is an optional recruit, but it's very useful because it's a very strong single target skill, and we'll need this high damage skill on the bosses later on. Well, basically, we'll be keep using this skill over and over. And now that it's done, I'm gonna go back to the story. There's 2 more optional recruits that we will do. Actually, 3. There's 3 more optional recruits that we'll do later in the game. Can't pass this enemy, unfortunately, but we could escape straight away, fortunately. Okay, let's do some equipment. Oops. Wait, hang on, oops, wrong. Let's reuse. Gonna equip an armor on Regius because we'll still use him throughout the game because the game told us to do it. So Nelfan has tried to research on some lost history, and he found out that there are some history of the world that got suspiciously hidden. And he won't make it public because he feels like it could be a danger to his life. Anyway, back to the present, and we got found out by these Vermilion Eggs people, so time to do more fights. Okay, so Mira's skill that we learned earlier is very powerful. Oh, first of all, also we have Zephon here. Zephon have a pretty strong area skill. But anyway, Mira's skill can one-shot one of these enemies. It costs a lot of stamina though, so if you want to use the Mira skill multiple times, you'll usually need the refresher. Oh, I should have used skill, that's a mistake actually. Also, Regius by this point is crap because his attack's really weak, so I won't even bother attacking him. Pretty soon I'll buy a better weapon for Regius, so he's not useless anymore. But yeah, for the time being he's useless. Will this kill it? Close. Do I need to heal? I think I do, Rick. I won't bother healing Zephon. He's a bit damaged, but Zephon is actually tough. He's kind of tanky. A lot of health. Even though like he looks like a small mage. The screams. Yeah, some of the voice work in this game is actually, I think, really good. Like, some of the animation during the battle and, like, the voice acting, they put a lot of effort into it, actually. A lot of budget into it, it seems. Even though there are, like, other areas in the game where they doesn't seem to bother putting a lot of budget. Like, the balancing. Anyway, Mira again. Just gonna use her ultimate skill to one-shot an enemy. Recruiting Astrid is very useful because not only it's pretty quick to recruit, yeah, the skill is just like super important. I think some of the harder later fights, if I don't have Mira's skill, it's not gonna be consistent because I won't be able to kill the boss fast enough without Mira's skill. I actually shouldn't bother. So we meet a feather folk that was attacked by the Vermilion Eggs. And this feather folk is actually Regius's informant. So he's a spy, just like Regius. Oh, and a ninja as well. So you got a new ninja soon. But ninjas are crap, and because this Featherfall isn't required for the story, we'll never use him. And Gulirega here, the Featherfolk spy, they managed to snoop some intel that there's someone from Vermilion Eggs that has been communicating with Ionian. So possible political intrigue coming up. Also, Sunil said her sister is here, so you have to meet her for the story. Anyway, where do we go? Right. Okay, so in here we meet Sunil's sister Ephil. So Ephil is a Fletcher, which means she's useless. But anyway, so she told us to buy her arrow for 5,000 poch, and we have to do this for the story. So say let's buy it. But here's the thing, the game doesn't actually reduce the money from our wallet, so we don't actually pay anything. So yeah, game told us, hey, pay 5,000 poch, but we actually don't pay anything. Which is good, because we actually have barely enough money to buy what we need to buy here usually. And yeah, we need to buy a better weapon now. Kotetsu and Spirit 1. Mira. Where's that one? And... Oh, also we need to go to item store and buy more materials. Yeah, there's our accepting that explanation. It's definitely not a bug. 7 firestones and 11 hardfang. I need the hardfang to do some weapon upgrades later in the game. Oops. Also, can I heal people? Well, upcoming enemies is actually kind of weak, so I don't really need to heal everyone, I think. Okay, more Vermilion Eggs fights. Although we just upgraded our weapons, and Regius also have a decent weapon now, so Regius actually does an okay damage. Still doesn't make him that useful, but at least he's not useless anymore. Oh, also if you notice, for the last couple of fights, I didn't even bother have a healer. So the upcoming fights are easy, and I don't need to heal, when I could just kill the enemy straight away. Not how people usually normally play this game, because when people play an RPG, normally you always need a healer, because you don't know what will happen. But this one, because I already know what will happen, that the enemies are weak. Yeah, I know that we don't need healer for quite some time. True, Dainstar. And yeah, Kabano, that's basically how it is. Okay, it's just kind of a long dungeon, but again, like there's a boss fight at the end, but yeah, it's easy because thanks to Mira's skill. Gonna take the longer path here because the shorter path have an enemy blocking. Okay, want to avoid this enemy because their animation actually costs a lot of time. I think in one of my previous run attempts, I hit that ninja enemy, and they keep using multiple poison moves that cost me like 30 seconds or so. So it just take a long time, and then after that I have to heal a bunch. Damn it. Good thing this game have a 100% escape rate, so yeah, if I have to hit an enemy, I'll just escape. Okay, there is an optional... Damn it. Anyway, there's an optional recruit coming up soon. And this optional recruit is a dagger, literally just a dagger. So this is a dagger left over, a ninja tools left over by a ninja trainer 100 years ago. And when Regius touches it, he got a skill. And there you go, we recruit this guy in like 20 seconds. The skill is pretty useful, it's an area skill, so later on when we need area skills to hit multiple enemies at once, it'll be useful. Do I need to heal Hermione? Ah, she's actually dead. Yeah, I guess I'll heal her. Also want to grab a chest here because there's a strong tonfa for my martialist later on. Unfortunately, I have to hit an enemy because they're blocking it. Damn it. I think if I had walked better there, I wouldn't hit this one. Oh, right. Enemy's coming up. Okay, have to fight Terra's Farmer again. But again, so the game tries to hype Terra's Farmer as some like strong monsters that slaughters a lot of people, but they're actually weak. Except for the first Terra's Farmer boss that we have to fight. Everything else for Terra's Farmer has been easy. So the big one's gonna get taken out by Mira later on with her skill, so we're just gonna take the middle one. Okay, there's an item I want to take, but normally it means I have to hit this enemy because they're blocking it. Unfortunately. But fortunately, we didn't have to watch the move this time. Philosopher's Shoes, it's a shoes with strong defense and a magic reflect ability. It's not really important, but it still buffs Mira's defense a bit. So, we meet the Vermilion Eggs leaders again, and we try to tell Aaron about the truth of the spoilers. That the world is actually spoilers with spoilers. But Aaron refused to listen, and still continues with his plan to attack Ionia. And because we refused to join him, so yeah, we got another battle against Terra's Farmer. I like that Rochel's surprise animation. It's like she went in 1 second. She went from like her mouth gasping open all the way into being calm again. Agree, Daystar. Anyway, woo, huge Terra's Farmer boss. So we meet this boss back at the start of the game, and it's actually a hard boss because his area attacks could wipe us out in 3 turns. But this time, because we have all powerful skills, we're just gonna kill this boss in 1 turn, or maybe a bit more than 1 turn. So they still have a strong AoE here, but it doesn't matter. Because, yeah, he's gonna die in 1 turn. Did you kill it? There you go. See, this game is very well balanced. I mean, to be fair, Aegis is actually strong if you have the strong weapon in the late game and the strong skills. But yeah, for the most of the game, because he's kind of sucks, because you don't have like the good skills yet. Like the good ninja skills is only available like later in the game. So now the story is that we're going to go to a town named Akiltes and meet General Quinele, the leader of the army in Akiltes, to warn them about the upcoming attack by Vermilion Eggs. Still one nice Imperial. Yeah, it's the character that seems like it's going to be Star of Destiny, but never become one. Also, we meet a few other characters, Lascaris and Ristil, but they are useless, so I'm not going to bother explaining what they are. Let me just heal on some of the important characters, I guess. I'll just heal medicine, I guess, for some of these. You know what, I'm gonna leave Sedentary at low health, doesn't matter. Upcoming enemies are kinda weak. Anyway, yeah, so earlier we meet Lascaris and Ristil. Lascaris is an archer, Ristil is a ringmaker. In conclusion, both are useless. Actually, Lascaris' skill isn't that bad, and if you bother crafting the iron arrows, which is like the strong arrows, and you equip a strong bow on Lascaris, his damage is actually good. But yeah, there's no easy way of getting a strong bow in this run, and you also have to craft an arrow, which is even more time loss. So it's kind of pointless to use him in a speedrun. So, an actual war battle between Vermilion Eggs and the Ionia. But unfortunately, this isn't like previous Suikoden games that have a actual war battle mode. This time we're just spectators. Alright, more Terra's Pharma fights, and as we know from the previous fights, they are weak actually. Close enough. Like, you still have to do something, but yeah, it's still simple though. Like, a lot of this game is basically visual novel, really. Well, I mean, they still could be more challenging if you don't really know what you're doing. But yeah, since I already know what to do, these fights are really easy. And I don't even really use any special setups or like any special strategy, really. I just know like, oh, put the right equipment on the right characters. So far, RPGs. Fair enough, Darkrai. Fair enough. Now, I suppose the Terras Pharma can use ladders to climb walls, so they are bad in Fortress Siege. And now we see Zafit. So Zafit is one of the Vermilion Eggs leaders that has been hyped throughout all the games since the start. So I'm sure this means this is going to be a very powerful boss, right? Hang on. Alright. Wow, his powerful skill, 149 damage. And Mira got poisoned as well, oh no. Okay, let's try to kill the boss maybe. And the boss dies in one shot. Hey guys, this is a boss that has been hyped throughout all of the game. And they die in one shot, man. This... Like, the whole fight only lasts one turn. See, even the game knows that Shaman is in general useless. When the time we finally fought a Shaman boss, they make it so weak. Later on, actually, like pretty soon, we'll go into fights that are actually hard against actual tough enemies. But yeah, throughout like for the past hour or so, like all the enemies are like really easy. I'm just gonna show like this. So yeah, this game, I don't think they really put much effort into like actually balancing. Like some characters are just crap, while some characters are really good, and then some enemies are also like unusually difficult, while most of them is easy like this. One thing though, this game have post-game secret bosses, and those bosses are actually powerful. Those bosses actually, you can't mess around with it. They could kill you really quick if you are not prepared. What do we do here? So Lascaris and Ristal is going to join us, and as I said earlier, they're useless, so not going to bother using them at all. Finally, Mira and Gino actually takes part in the story again. Seems like the game forgot they exist for like the past couple of hours, and now they actually pop up in the story again. Anyway, story-wise, so the tree that was previously planted is gone. And our characters notice they start to having double memories. For some reason. So the conclusion is that there's someone else who's been changing the past as well. It's not only us who's able to change the past. Someone else has been doing it. Dun dun dun, plot twist. Okay, now this part of the game is a hard battle, 2 hard battles gonna come up. And also what sucks, you have to use Ilya. Ilya, so far we haven't been using her for a while and she's still level 17. So she's weak, and her healing spells is also kinda weak as well. But we are forced to use her cause the game told us to use her. And Regius joins our party as well. So that's another mediocre force party member. And Zavit now joins us. Zavit is a shaman, so yeah, he's not that good. And he's forced to join us, so we have multiple force party member. All of them are mediocre. And also there's upcoming fights against enemies that are actually legitimately tough. And which makes it even harder that we have to use mediocre characters against them. And if things goes bad, I might actually have to retry. So, yeah. Put Regis and Zafid on front, with Zafon. Oh, hang on, there's some manuing that I have to do. Zafid has a strong armor, so I want to have Mira use the stronger armor instead. So story-wise, they say Lord Aaron is heading to this volcano for some reason, so we are trying to track him down. And here, coming up soon, we got attacked by... like in the screen. So these ninjas pop up. And these ninjas, again, they have a lot of health. Each of them have like 1,800 or 1,900 health, I think. Well, Zafid earlier that we have faced have less than health than that. And their attacks are also strong, and they have strong speed. And basically, if they kill Mira straight away from the start, then the game is over and I'll just have to retry. Because really, at the end, only Mira that do a lot of damage. And I really need her to kill one of the grubs really fast. And she's almost dead already. Yeah, at least she's not dead yet. Okay, at least one grub died for now, so I think it's probably fine. If Mira's actually dead, I think I might be fine for now because there's only 2 left. Ah, it might be Ermion who dies. So Zavid still do some damage, so he's not completely useless, but it's still mediocre though. Also, yeah, I want to really make sure Mira got healed. I don't mind not healing Hermione, because Hermione dies kinda sucks, but still not that awful compared to losing Mira. Also, earlier I used a refresher on Mira. So that basically refreshes her stamina, and I could use Mira's ultimate spell again. Which deals a lot of damage. Okay, this one went well, at least. Alright, this one went really good. There's another grub battle coming up against 4 grubs instead of only 3, so that's even harder. So here it is. Regius revealed that these grubs are basically the CIA of the Ionian Empire. They're basically the secret agent that secret agents that not a lot of people know their existence. It's not really corrupted guard. They are secret agents basically, spies. And let me heal. I don't have many small medicines. Oh well. Okay, do I need to heal anyone? Not really. Actually, let me just heal Zafi just to be safe. Almost out of mega medicines. Oh well. So we meet Jaquan again, and we get attacked by more grubs. Too bad we can't use Jaquan for the upcoming fight though. Because Jaquan is strong. But Jaquan is gonna join us after this fight. Okay, will this one-shot? This one-shot them, but it'll make them very close to being dying. I got to use Mira's skill straight away. If Ilya's dead, that means there's no more healing. Which might still be fine. But yeah, could be kinda spooky if I don't have any more healing. Okay, you know what, I won't bother healing the others. They aren't really important, and Ilya's healing spell is like weak anyway, so it won't really heal enough health to keep them alive. Instead, I'll just refresh Mira's stamina, and that allows her to use the ultimate skill again straight away. And okay, this one went smooth as well. I've lost one previous attempt on grabs before just because they are strong. And oh, actually my 100 stars run, I had a quick reset in this fight because yeah, Mira died straight away. Like yeah, in my 100 stars run in this fight, Mira's died straight away, so I had a reset and I lost like 1 minute because I have to rewatch the cutscene. Will this kill it? Close. That actually went really smooth. Regius dies at the end, but it doesn't matter. So with Jaquan is actually powerful. Partly because how... Oh, hang on, this is one thing. Wait. Mira. Partly because how Jaquan starts at level 50. So you see my levels here. Hero and Mira still level 36, while Jaquan is already level 50. Because we haven't had fight any regular encounters, so yeah, our characters are kinda underleveled. That was. And so this volcano has actually been it's actually used as a camp for the secret agents, the grubs. And it seems they were attacked by Vermilion Eggs. So we're going to confront them together. Damn it, there's a cutscene trigger near this enemy. Kinda unlucky that I have to trigger this enemy first. Well, to be honest, yeah, with this game, especially like the lack of levels actually doesn't really matter. Like 10, each level up only gives like a small start boost. So like having a 10 level difference actually doesn't really matter that much. And we see Rochelle among the grubs. So plot twist, who is Rochelle? Yeah, so one reason why I think this game is kind of simple, when I was doing the routing, it's simple because when I figured out that level doesn't really matter, so I don't really have to worry about, oh, there's a character dying, they lost EXP and all that. That actually matters in some other RPG speedruns. Not in this one, because it doesn't really matter if you lose a bit of levels. So I don't have to really care about the experience and all. So the story, we found out this place called House of Wisdom. It's a secret research facility owned by Ionian Empire, and it seems the Vermilion Eggs actually found out this place and attacks it. What spoilers will we find in this place? Coming up soon in Suikoden 3. Anyway, this dungeon have some funny puzzle that pisses me off as well. Like there's some dungeons in this game is just like unnecessarily confusing, and so the dungeon involves picking these jewels, and then you place a dungeon on a slot inside a wall later in the screen. So yeah, you place it here, and this will unlock a wall which lets you to pick more jewels, and you have to figure out which walls to unlock to pick all the to grab all the jewels. Gotta go down here, having a bit of detour to take this item. It's a powerful one for the mages, but because of it, we have to face this enemy. So this Deserter Executioner army is powerful. Oh, fortunately they didn't hit us here, so we don't have to heal. But yeah, later we face more of them, and they are powerful. They have like a powerful area attack that's gonna deal like 50% damage to all of your characters. Okay, last two jewels coming up, and then we do the boss. Anyway, if anyone who have played this game want to actually see a more optimized run of this, yeah, check out my YouTube channel or or the speedrun.com page of this game. Like I've done both 80% and 108 stars. And yeah, the run is much more optimized than what I've done today. Back then I haven't done this run in a while, and yeah, I really started forgetting stuff on how to do such stuff. Anyway, boss fight coming up. So this is where it is revealed that jet fuel doesn't melt steel beams. That everything is a conspiracy. Dun dun dun, plot twist. So all of us, both Aaron and us, discovered that we've all just been a part of a conspiracy, and there are votes. No votes in this one, but basically it's everything is uncovered that what actually happened in Martillion 20 years ago is spoilers, and the spoilers is actually from spoilers. And Rochelle here is actually spoilers who have been spoilering our spoilers. And of course, Rochelle have to reveal more about the spoilers that the spoilers is actually spoilers. And so Aaron gonna release all the spoilers. Oh, hang on, I haven't healed. I don't think it matters. Oh, we still have a lot of health. Right, I haven't actually healed. Oops. Also, I haven't done some equipment menuing, but doesn't really matter. I could do it later after this. But yeah, the boss fight coming up is easy anyway. Yep, that's the correct Raiden star. Oh no, so many Taras Pharma. How are we going to fight these? Thank you, Cheshwim. That's just what I need. Yep, but we only have to face 3 of them, fortunately, so it's an easy fight. Oh, Regi's almost dead, but doesn't really matter. If all 12 did attack at once here, that's gonna be bad, but fortunately with this game, we only need to face 3 of them. Also, healing Regis is kind of pointless probably, but I guess we'll just do it so he doesn't lose EXP, even though it doesn't really matter. Anyway, just to showcase how strong Mira's skill is. Bam, one shot. Rip Regius, I healed him and doesn't do shit as well. Rip Ilya. Doesn't matter because after this we won't use Ilya anymore. Will this kill it? I'm not sure. Nice. And so here it is, Rochelle will spoilers to destroy all the spoilers and so make sure that we all can escape. Hero tries to kill, and Rochelle reveals that our mom is spoilers. And that she's the one who spoiled our mom. There's a FMV here showing all the Terras Pharma get blown up, but anyway, yeah, we're just gonna skip that as usual. Too bad we can't skip all of these dialogues too. Anyway, it turns out even the Ionian General, Quinella, doesn't know about all of these spoilers that happen in the spoilers. And Regius suggests us to go to the era tree. Because he realized with all that happened, someone else might be trying to change the past. And by going to the era tree, our memories doesn't get removed when someone changed the past. So our characters start to have double memories, and they figure out that someone do change the past. And when we get back to House of Wisdom, it's all still fine and intact. And we meet this guy who doesn't look suspicious at all. Not sus at all. I wonder, chat, if you guys try to read the dialogue, can you read it? Because even though the text box, there's an auto match feature in this game, the text box still pops up for like maybe half a second or so. So it's still possible for me to read it, although I've played this game, so I kind of know what the dialogues are already. Yeah, same. There's like I already played this game, of course, multiple times because I'm routing the speedrun, so I already know what's going on. So yeah, I actually could read the dialogues just by looking at this, but I'm guessing that's not the case for players who haven't actually done it. And even if you could read, it's gonna be like loose. It's gonna be loose from your memory for like after like a second or so. Okay, do the manuing that I forgot to do earlier. Oh crap, I don't have chat. Nah. I'll just do that later, it's fine. Okay, I'll just do this now. Let's have phone. Okay, I need to remember to equip the weapon on Jack 1. Heal if necessary. Wait, I need to heal? Oh, nah. Alright. Boots. No, it's ship. Come on. Come on, dear sir. It's ship, not a boat. We never actually see the boat, but we will see a ship coming up soon. Oops. So yeah, story time is basically the Empire have this thing called a floating fortress, and they are expecting it's going to be used to attack us soon. So we want to attack the fortress instead, and we need a ship for that. And this is how we figure out people from 200 years ago knows that they know what a ship is, and they will lead us into this technology called a ship. Did I spoil too much already? Yeah, that's why they banned ship proftness. Imagine if the old Suikoden games are actually released today, like in the days of gacha and waifu and all that. How many waifu wars will happen among the fanbase soon? And how many of them will be made as gacha as well? Yeah, see, Mbahwin is that one kind of guy, man. Doing wife wars everywhere. Take my SM, huh? SMH. Hang on. So, battle plan. Hermione, Moody, and Zephon. Okay, gonna set everyone on one unit cause an upcoming battle where we'll just have defense with everyone and be faster in terms of animation if you do this. We have everyone on one single unit. So coming up here is a battle that we are not supposed to win. The fight is just gonna automatically over in 2 turns. But the enemies are really strong. So we still need to have 6 party members on our group. And we need to have everyone defend every turn. Just to make sure that they don't die. Because if we only have like a few characters here, all of us will die in less than 2 turns. And we'll get game over if we die. Oh, I have Modi. I should also set up Modi as the main character. Right. So, reason I put everyone on one unit is because the defense menuing will have less animation time when everyone is on a unit. Yes, Nauta, I'm like, okay, right now I'm close to 10 minutes behind my PB. Yeah, world record pace indeed. True, Kabano. I won't run this game if the game is game over because when the main character dies, because yes, so many fights that will be inconsistent. Okay, we get Jack 1 back. Okay, I have to equip the stronger Tonton Japan. Okay, now we're going to a detour and we're gonna recruit 2 optional characters. So these 2 optional characters, basically it will give hang on, I'll just do this as well. Oh, hang on, how many Mega Medicines do I have? What's Moody and Hermione? Basically, these 2 optional characters will give one will give a strong area skill to Jack 1, and the second one will give a strong area skill to Hermione, and we'll need a bunch of area spells for the late game bosses later on to kill them quickly. It's quite a long time to recruit these 2, because I think it cost me around like 4.5 minutes to do these 2 recruits together. So the first recruit is Ratnin, and we recruit him by having a duel with Jack 1. We equipped the stronger Tonfa earlier on Jack 1 for this duel. Without it, it's gonna be hard. That's a high damage. So normally, I'll kill Ratnin in 4 turns, and this fight is normally easy. I think there's still a very small chance of actually losing if we get a really bad damage roll, but it should be like very, very small. There you go. So, and this recruit is actually fast, but the second one, though, gonna take quite some time. Okay, so Jack 1 got an area skill. And now we're gonna have Hermione do the same thing. So we talk to Ratnin again, and he tell that's a Scale Horde Spearman around here. and we're going to talk to her. So this is Paljit, the spear woman, and she's patrolling the area, and Hermione will gonna get taught by her of her skill. We're gonna put everyone else under one unit just so that the defending have less animation, cause no. Okay, and we're gonna do this fight. So we have to. So we need to do 4 teaches against this monster. But the thing is, this enemy will die in only 3 teaches. And that's why we have Modi. So the first reason we have Modi is so that we could... okay, first reason we have Modi is that we could refresh the stamina. So that we don't have to wait another turn to cast the teach again. Because the skill here, it costs 40 stamina. Now, we damage him twice, and if we do another teach, the enemy will die. So, we solve that by using Mother Ocean. So, Mother Ocean's Modi's healing skill will heal both allies and enemy. So, we could do even more teaches under the single enemy. In the 108 stars run, we'll just be doing this plenty of times for the recruits, because there's plenty of recruits like this. Although with this one, though, it's only on this one where you have... Oh, let me heal Hermione again. Because if Hermione dies, I will have to reset this. I'll have to reset this all this teaching, and it's gonna be huge time loss. Although that means that I have to attack him a bunch too after this. Anyway, that's the 4th teach already, but he haven't died. Partly because of how I healed him twice, unfortunately. So I'll just have the others kill him. Will he be dead this turn? Nice, okay, there you go. And there you go, so Ratnin and Pelgin got recruited. Okay, we put Mira and Zephyr back, and we don't need Modi anymore. Ike, recruits done. Anyway, yeah, hang on, what do I do here? There's some stuff to do, I think. Oh, okay, before beginner, we're actually going to hang on, this one. We're actually going to upgrade our weapons for the upcoming boss fights. Upgrading weapons might not actually do much, but might as well just do it, because it's easy to do, and just to make the fight safer. Anyway, yeah, Phalion. So this game is similar to Tier Chris in a way that it's an alternate universe to the main Suikoden universe, and yeah, doesn't have any connection at all. The story of this game is actually pretty interesting, though. It's a lot different than other Suikoden stories, so you'll probably be disappointed if you want a Suikoden storyline. But the story itself, I actually enjoy it, and the translation patch team has done a good job in this patch as well. Anyway, a bunch of shopping here. Moon silk clothes, fire dragon blouse, and 7 gold rings. Oh, hang on, I have to sell items first. It's what is this? Silk clothes, fire dragon blouse. Yeah, we need all of these equipments because the upcoming enemies are strong, and yeah, we need to upgrade our armors to make sure that we don't die too fast. My medicines. So there's this jungler that says there was a theory that in the long distant past there's a thing called a ship that allows you to travel over the seas. But it's only a legend by this point. And we're going to show that it's actually not a legend anymore by changing the plus. Oh, is that so? Actually, nah, yeah, they got jungler, yeah. I always keep using Bard, but I forget the game actually uses jungler. Right, yeah, actually, yeah. Keep forgetting about it. That's not, now I remember, the enemies uses Bard instead of jungler. Like the enemy called Imperial Bard, isn't it? So that's why I keep using Bard. Because, oh, coming up soon, yeah, one of the enemy soldiers are gonna be Bards as well. Anyway, so here is the first time our characters ever seen a ship. Do you use Bard just because like there's not enough space to write jungler? Also, I'm not sure how to pronounce the word jungler. Is it like, I don't know. Maybe. Apologies if you guys listen to that. Oh, anyway, now that the jungler is here, so turns out he's been hiding the ship, and he'll be joining us. So this is the last story character that we will get, and he's a jungler. And jungler is useless. So yeah, I'm just going to never use him. Even though this guy actually come up at a high level, at the level 50. But still, that doesn't make him useful. I think his skill is buffing the defense of our characters. So I guess, is it defense or attack? Actually, I forgot here. Don't even exactly remember what his skill was. Either buffing defense or buffing attack. Maybe it was buffing attack. Actually, no, now that I think about it, yeah. So his skill is to buff attacks. So it's not completely useless, but it's still not really worth it to use it. Anyway, I'm just gonna go talk for a bit. There's a... hang on, I have to press this. But yeah, there's a... quite a long cutscene coming up. Oh, whoops. Hang on. Ah, damn it. You have to heal. Ah, damn it, this sucks. You have to use a bunch of medicine here. So, equipment. Wait, no, not this one. Gonna equip a bunch of equipment. Bandit blade. One Mira. Gold ring. What is this? Bad dragon blouse, right? Moonsteel clothes. And 3 gold ring. Right, so there's 2 bosses in this dungeon. The first one, what looks like a generic soldiers. So these are the dark guards, and they are actually powerful, very powerful. The shaman, they first of all they start defending. So before their first attack, we won't deal much damage on them. And the dark shamans, they'll cast an powerful area spell, and which also delays our turn. So they'll get to move again after they use that spell. There you go. So when they use that spell, the other enemies will move straight away. So they are gonna attack at once and deal a bunch of damage. The main boss, Regi's dead. I mean, doesn't matter. The main boss, Dark Guardsman, his single target attack would deal a lot of damage at once. So we recruit Ratin and Paljit to get area spells on Jakwan and Ermayon. All of that is because a lot of the bosses here, they have powerful side enemies like these that we want to try killing quickly. Without these area spells, we're just gonna get wiped by them unless we do a bunch of healing. But now with the area spells, so the fights are really quick. When I first run this game, I actually didn't recruit those area spells, and I tried to kill the enemies one by one. And yeah, the fights are much lower and a lot more dangerous as well. Oh, and I haven't set unit. I mean, it doesn't really matter, I guess. Okay, first boss done. There's another boss coming up straight away after this. I still have a bit of health, so I can heal. Let's hope I don't hit the enemy. Okay, good. Let's do this unit. Forgot to do this earlier. Heroes with damage, does it? Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, this isn't good, this isn't good. Oh phew, oh phew, oh phew. Because I already ran out of medicine. If they use the shockwave, I'm kinda screwed because I can't heal. Okay, so Dumdin, the side enemies aren't actually as powerful as the dark shamans we faced earlier. Well, except for one, Deserter Executioner there, he have a strong area attack. Also, I want Mira to use her ultimate skill straight away in case she dies. But yeah, Dumdin, the main boss in this one, is very powerful. He could easily one-shot our characters. Reproduce again. You'll not be missed. Ah, Regis haven't used his area spell, isn't it? Nah, actually, no, he does, he does. Let's kill the Executioner. Executioner is by far the most dangerous opponent in this one. Except of the... well, and that, and Damdin as well, of course. Anyway, let's kill the smaller enemies first now. Oh, he did? Oh, good job, Regius. You do something. I wonder how much... I don't know how much stats got buffed by the Bard. I don't think it's like significant enough. But yeah, without actually knowing like how the stat numbers work, yeah, I don't really know how much exactly the Bard buffs. Rip Hermione. So yeah, Damdin basically could one-shot most of our characters, even just with a regular attack there. And he have a lot of health as well, so I think might still be some time to kill him. You know, that's gonna have Mira defend, so that I'll just wait until she gets 40 stamina to use her ultimate skill. Okay, who will he kill? Oh, Jack 1 might actually survive? Okay. Jack 1 is the only one that have a lot of health, I think, in this one, because he came at level 50. Oh, nice! Okay, that was good. I got an item, not sure what it is, but by this point doesn't really matter anymore. Okay, so that's the first two late game bosses. Another one coming up sometime like in maybe 10 minutes, more than 10 minutes maybe, but the upcoming one, Lugat, it's also a dangerous one. Oh, whoops. I still have to go here first. Okay, gonna do a bit of detour to Akiltas and gonna do some shopping. Now that those post fights earlier give us a lot of money, it allows us to shop more weapons. Crusader Sword, Soul Stinger, Silvering. And go to item store and buy medicines. Oops. Okay, that's the last time we actually need any money. We won't bother doing any more shopping after this, I think. So, Crusader Sword. Soul Stinger. Briganding. Let's reduce. There is armor. Silvering, silvering. Okay, more dialogues. So they try to go back to the 100 years in the past because they are suspicious that Ionian might send people to kill Torwat, our ancestor. So we're going to ward them off. And we revealed all of the spoilers to Torwat and Rolf, but all of the spoilers happen in House of Wisdom, and all of the conspiracies. And back to 3. Yeah. Oh, forget I have to go kitchen first. Really annoying about this gimmick. Every time you want to exit the headquarters, you have to do kitchen and go have a dinner. And so the hero asks Zephon to show what's behind the barrier, and it's been revealed that actually behind the barrier is spoilers, and the world has actually spoilers. So it's no longer spoilers anymore. But still, he wants to see what happened with the spoilers 100 years ago. So now we have to go to the tree. And it's actually faster to go back to the tree by going to the world map and re-entering Wyvern's Nest. Because the tree is pretty close to the entrance. There's your first still standing. We could recruit him if we want to, but we don't need it because this is any percent, not 100 stars. So it is revealed that 100 years ago, behind the barrier is still spoilers, and it's not as different as how spoilers in spoilers years ago. But then the question is, why is in the present time it's already spoilers instead? And Yovers also said that he saw people carrying boxes that summon spoilers in the barrier. Anyway, back to Torwat. So, Ionian army is attacking them. And we got a fight coming up. So this is pretty much glorified cutscenes, because these opponents are very weak. Stable cutscenes are close enough. Actually, oh, Mui is a herbalist, so he shouldn't bother doing anything, because we don't need him. Oh, hang on, wrong target. Ah, damn it. That's a bit of time loss. Yeah, so basically all of these... Oh, funny thing about these... about the mage, we have access to all the mage sets here in these battles. So instead of only the fire magic that we have by default. Same with the herbalists, and herbalists have access to all of the optional potions, and the archer have access to all of the optional arrows, but these fights are easy anyway, so we don't need those. So next story, we're just going to beat up more Terras Pharma. Also gonna upgrade some weapons again. Soul Stinger. Basically, there's a lot of like stuff in the story, like a lot of other explanation of like how this world works. Oh, this monster is actually this time traveling, the way it works is actually this, that, and like, yeah, it can make sense. Like, not a lot of people remember how the story works. But there's just a lot of like rather convoluted details. Alright, another benefit of having recruiting the optional area skills is that these fights, smaller fights are also quick with the area skills. A minus. I think everyone's is so a lot of people are Rio's ancestor in this game because you see a lot of people wearing tonfas. Not only like our two martialist characters, but there's also plenty of Vermilion Eggs enemies with tonfas, and there's some other generic monsters as well using tonfas. Okay, another long dungeon. He's spinning his seat. And he spreads his seat so far that it went to an alternate universe. I like it though that they have like a this tonfa as an actual weapon type. You seldom I don't think you ever see any other game with that. Okay, this Terras, the big Terras there, it's called Terras Chavalier. So they have lots of health, and their ability is that they will insta-kill one of our characters, although it takes them one turn to charge their attack. So basically our strategy against this is to kill it before he's about to insta-kill us. In this fight it doesn't matter, but on the upcoming boss fight, we will also have to fight one Terras Chavalier. And we have to kill it before it kills us. Okay, this thing should be dead soon, I think. Easy. There's some in this dungeon. There's some treasure chest that gives good item. One of them is like a strong tonfa, which is an upgrade over what Jaquan is wearing right now. But it takes a lot of time to go to the chest, so I'll just ignore it. Oh, actually, I shouldn't bother talking to the stone table. My bad. Go up first. Don't think I can avoid that one, unfortunately. Ah, damn it, we have to watch the text as well. Oh, it missed, nice. Okay. Upcoming boss is kinda dangerous, so I don't want to get damage if possible, so that I don't have to heal. There's also a chest that gives a very strong shaman weapon, and actually makes shaman not useless, but it's still not worth to use shaman anyway. Oh, it's actually worth in shaman is actually worth in 108 stars. Also, first of all, we move here, use the menu to go to entrance, because that allows us to go to the bottom floor straight away. Anyway, in 108 stars, shaman is actually not bad, because there's one melee side that it can stun the enemies. It can't stun bosses, but it can stun regular enemies. And yeah, that is still useful because it will reduce the animation time if you don't have to watch the opponent attacking. Well, the thing is, Kabano, I'm the only one who run this game, so yeah. And I don't think I have any intention of running this anymore, because I've already done any percent and 108 stars. I've already done runs that I consider solid enough, so I don't think I'll do. Oh, notice here, look at this. Look at how high the books is, how tall the books are compared to Regius's own body. The books are basically like the half of his height. And he managed to read all these books in like just one single cutscene. Books that are like as large as him, and he read it only like in 1 minute. Harry Potter books. Yeah, books is bigger than his head basically. This is PSP, Deshimo. These guys again, now that the history has changed, they died at a different place. Oops, that's a spoiler. Doesn't even know. Basically, I mean, come on, you know how much budget it needed to create an animation of someone opening a book? Please understand, alright? Anyway, so upcoming boss fights, we have the main boss, and then outside the main boss we have two powerful enemies as well, so this boss is dangerous. If everything went smooth, it would go really quick, but still, it's dangerous. Okay, so first of all, the big terrace there. Again, it will insta-kill someone in 2 turns, so I want to kill it first, straight away. Lugat, the main boss, he will have an area spell that... Okay, there you go. It'll basically take out 70% of our health of all characters there. See how high the damage are? Everyone is now almost dead. And Neos also have a strong attack, although only a single player attack, so basically Neos will kill someone here. Rip Jaquan. Lucky that Jaquan managed to move first, so he still managed to deal damage. So if he doesn't, then he'll just die. If Mira dies early, I'll probably just retry this game, because I'll probably lose if I can't have Mira use her spells. Okay, I hope the Chevalier will just die soon. Okay, Chevalier is dead, so time to kill Neos. Neos should die soon. Neos' health isn't that high, and we already damaged him most of his health with the area attacks. Okay, Neos is dead. Good. Okay, this one's smooth. I think Lugat will die pretty soon, so Mira have to... Nice! That was really quick. 2 turns. Holy crap. That was actually really quick. In my PB of this any percent, like, it take me 3 turns I think, and like, I have 3 people dying, and the other 3 is almost dead as well. It went really dangerous, and probably just like 1 turn off from losing. This one went really smooth though, it went really quick. Also, that boss fight earlier, it gives us a very powerful mage staff, mage 1, and also a very powerful katana for Regius. So now, after this fight, Regius is actually powerful. And okay, from now on, Regius isn't a mandatory party member anymore, actually. But yeah, with the strong dagger, it's actually still useful. So I'll still use Regius. Anyway, more visiting the Era tree again. Era tree. Misclick. I don't even remember what they are talking in this point of the story. Hey Bob, welcome. Oh, also, Zephon will say here that when he traveled the 200 years in the past, he noticed there are some new monsters, new strong, powerful monsters. And basically, that's an hint to us that post-game secret bosses are now available. They are actually very strong, so I don't think if you want to try to fight them now, we're just gonna get beaten, I think, without proper preparation. There's like 4 different secret bosses that we can fight, and each of them will give powerful items. Oh, hang on, what do I do here? Okay. I think this is the only Suikoden game that actually have a post-game secret bosses. None of the other Suikoden games have it. They're basically, well, they're actually they are new. They are unique. Yeah, they have unique models. There is a new game plus, but the new game plus is they only transfer level and money. They don't transfer your skills, so you have to like do all the teaching again from zero. But yeah, so only thing the new game plus do here is higher levels really. And I haven't bothered doing a new game plus speedrun because I don't think it's interesting at all. Like, all you do is you just wreck your enemy with 99 level 99 characters. That's all you can do. Some games can have fun NG plus, like Suikoden 4 have a really fun NG plus strats actually. So you could like set up like powerful items from the start and all. Hang on, what do I do here? Battle plan. But not with this game though. All this game do is just higher levels. Equipment, Mira, make milestone. Murasami. Maybe in the remaster we'll have another new game plus, eh? Maybe. Copium. Whoa, Nauta, spoilers! Whoa. Anyway, time for us to attack the. So we're revisiting the floating fortress and. You're gonna have like a. So earlier in the floating fortress we have 2 different bosses, and we're gonna fight similar bosses here, but a stronger version of them. Only slightly stronger though, so it's actually not as hard as the previous versions because we are at a higher level as well and with better equipments. Okay, so this is the only time there's a quick time event in this game. So that switch unlock another switch, and we have to press the second switch fast enough before it got locked again. So if we try to fight a regular battle, the switch is gonna get locked. Okay, but now that we got the second switch, it's safe too. No more quick time events, so. Nice emote Mawin. Ooh, I have to watch out that enemy in the corner. I could accidentally hit it if I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, Joey, I'm not expecting actual new content. No, they didn't say they won't do it. There was one interview where they were asked about it and they just say no comment. So what that means, we don't know. Anyway, so Dark Guardsman boss again. This time they're a bit stronger, but we also have stronger levels and stronger equipment, so it's actually easier, I think. So just like before, we're just gonna have our characters use area spells to quickly kill the side enemies, while Mira will just gonna use her ultimate skill on the main boss, the Dark Guardsman, because that one will deal a crazy lot of damage. Also, Mira have an area skill, but it's a weak area skill though, so doesn't really do much by having Mira using that. Heaven and Earth. And now that Regius have a high attack weapon, his board clears, his area attack is actually powerful. Can I kill the Dark Guardsman or no, I'm just gonna kill the Guardsman before the Archer. Now that there's a page in Suikothon somewhere that lists all of those differences in Saturn. So if someone wants to link it, if someone knows that page and wants to link it, go on ahead. Also AMV, so this is basically this Suikoden is different than the main universe. It's a completely different universe. It doesn't have any story connection to the main Suikoden universe. It's a PSP game that is only released in Japan, but there's a translation team that have managed to translate this game, and they released the patch in last year October. It's pretty recent. Yep, there you go. There is the link of the Southern differences. Okay, good that if that opponent just now is in the middle of the hallway, I might not be able to avoid it. Do I need to heal? Yes, I do. Upcoming boss fight is pretty easy, but let's just still heal, so why not? Oh, the link to the translation patch is easy. It's like suikodenwoven.website.com, I think. Anyway, this is Damdin. We'll fight him again just like before. But this time, Damdin's side enemies are actually weak. It's like, you see those generic scale horde enemies. And they are actually weaker compared to the previous Ionian soldiers that we have to fight alongside Damdin. But this fight is easy. Not dangerous at all. Only Damdin could potentially kill someone, but everyone else is weak. Yeah, it's a funny website name, secrecywoven.website. Makes it easy to remember as well. Okay, Mira has a Philosopher's Shoes, which gives a magic reflect ability. And that reflects that Scale Horde Mage fire spell just now. And the Scale Horde Mage actually got killed by the Reflect. Although unfortunately the Reflect effect doesn't work on bosses, so on boss fights like a Lugat you still get damage. But yeah, otherwise you see how quick the Scale Horde dies. This fight is easy, unlike the previous Dumdane fight. Oops. Easy. And also we got a very powerful spear as well, which we will equip to Hermione after this. Oh, also guys, so Dairstar here in the chat is the main translator of this fan translation patch. So yeah, shout out to Dairstar and a few others that work on this translation patch. It's really good. Like I really enjoy like reading the dialogues. And now Bazarte is about to summon the spoilers near the barrier. But before they are able to do that, they got intercepted by Astrid. So here's another fight where we got to use our ancestors from the past. It's another showcase fight against easy enemies, but it's still a funny fight that allows us to use overpowered characters. Also, I think this is the only time we get to see the Grub portrait on the dialogue box. Just gonna have the single target spell on the boss. And there's few others who have area spells as well, which should kill the smaller enemies easily. We have this powerful spell, but it doesn't matter because we're gonna kill everyone before we are dead anyway. Also, we got to use this Reunius Magicite. So these showcase battles, basically we got to use like all the Magicite types that we want. And the most powerful one is the Reunius Magicites, which is it's like double the damage of like the regular Magicites. Okay, final dungeon coming up. I'm going to replace Zaphon with Modi, because the last boss we need healing. Darkbringer, Force of Guard, Zaphon. There's Zaphon, damn it. Wrong menu. Modi. Output Moon Silk Clothes. 2 times gold ring. Forge, weaponsmith, and do a bit of upgrades as well. Oops. Really get up. God damn it, man. My menu is like much smaller compared, much slower compared to when I was actually doing these runs properly. And Murasame. That's late because yeah, we really stopped using him since like long time ago. Anyway, final dungeon time. And here it is revealed that the Emperor Nefarious is actually spoiler, and his name is actually just a fake spoiler, and he's actually spoiler all this time. Now we are in schedules because Seiglands do his run like way underestimate. He's like 1 hour underestimate. I mean, there's not that much left, so this run will probably be over in like 20 minutes. And of course, Suikoden tradition. Just before the final dungeon, we have this dialogue choice that only gives us one choice. Unfortunately, we can't bring Zephon here because Zephon is weak in the final boss and we want Modi for healing later on. So Modi will be useless before the final boss, but yeah, we'll need him later on. One of the soldiers is still defending. Modi will level up a lot throughout this final dungeon because he's still under-leveled. We haven't been using him in a while. Oh, also, of course, speaking about Modi, yeah, we have to do... Oh. Of course, we have to do this. Alright, guys. Modi is the most badass walking animation here. Yeah, I'll leave the extra card stories run to Seiglands, Nauta. Okay, there's a maze here where we have to get 4 keys. Okay, I think I still remember where the keys are. Hey, nice, that enemy is moving away. Oh, I can't avoid this guy. Shockwave doesn't matter. I mean, that's a lot of damage, so we have to heal after this. Oh, make actually game. Oh crap! You make actually game over. Are we game over? Actually, this. Hang on. I could escape, but I'll show you. Game over actually doesn't matter. See what happened when you game over. Don't give up. And you respawn at the same spot with healed characters. So it's actually faster for me to let the game over there because I don't need to heal my characters anymore. It's all on purpose, man. Yeah, that enemy called Deserter Executioner, they are like much stronger than most other opponents. You just saw like how messed up the balancing of this game is. Like, you have some very weak opponents, but then this one opponent that's like super powerful. No penalty for game overs. You'll just return to the same spot, the enemy isn't there anymore, and you'll get restored to your previous health values, so you don't need to heal your enemies. Yeah, this game have a 100% escape rate, and yeah, this game is kind actually. Like, yeah, they kind of want. Yeah, basically, this game is easy if you get the late game skills, if you recruit like the late game stars, and it's also yeah, it's kind like if you die, you could just retry straight away. And what's freaky about this walk? Come on, man, that's how people walk. Okay, 2 Terra Chevaliers. So these Chevaliers, what they do is that their first turn they'll just charge, and on the second turn they will use a ability that will insta-kill one person. But it doesn't matter because we have all the strong area skills already, and they'll just be dead before they get to use any of it. Modi just gonna do nothing. Someone need to cosplay Modi and walk like that, man. Come on, hey, who will be the person who cosplay Modi and to do his walk? I'll legit donate into that if someone actually wants to do it, though. It's not impossible, yeah, but it's probably not going to happen because there's one way to tank. I guess using regular defense you might be able to tank, but so the swordsman, hero, and Serendrum, they have the ability to do a full guard, and that means like they will have they get 0 damage on the first damage they receive, and that will counter the death blow. But that's probably the only realistic way of trying to defend it. I think regular defense might do it as well, but I'm not sure how effective it is. Oh, upcoming here, you see this very large enemies, but their hitbox is actually small. I walk on their legs and it doesn't trigger. The hitbox is like the same as any other monsters, but it looks large. Okay, the seed and cool gun of this game coming up soon. Hang on, have to yeah. Still, this boss, when she gets to low health, she'll have a powerful ability that could deal like 80% damage to all of our characters. But that's only on low health, so by the time she uses that ability, she's about to die anyway. Oh, she's actually gonna use it straight away here. Make a few people dying. See how high the damage is? Special guest is Darestar Narcoix, the main translator of this patch. She's been in the chat here in the chat all the time throughout the run, and yeah, shout out to her. Who, yeah, she's the main translator of this patch, and yeah, it's a really good translation. Ooh, she actually survived that. Dodged 2 or 4 hits. Yep, there's some, that's correct. Anyway, see, even with that powerful ability, it's still like a one turn weird kill, because the boss actually doesn't have a high health. Sakelance is a special guest in a way that I designed Suikoden 3 to torture Sakelance. I made him do 3 long runs to torture him specifically. Oh, I need to heal. I almost forgot that if I don't heal, I'm screwed on the last boss. Anyway, last boss coming up. Before the last boss, although there's like 9 minutes of cutscenes, I think. Oh, there's like 9 minutes of cutscenes before we actually reach the last boss. Oh, Zephan is here, even though we didn't bring him up. Why the hell is he here? Anyway, there's like 9 minutes of cutscenes before we get to the last boss. And if we actually die to the last boss, we have to reset all of these 9 minutes of cutscene. So yeah, if you and this against this last boss, there is actually a genuine chance to die. Oh yes, so here it is, the holy spoilers. So we went to spoilers years ago, and we meet the spoilers when he is still young. And this is how he revealed all the origin of this world. Where in the old times, there used to be a great spoilers ruling over 2 spoilers. And there's a war between spoilers and the spoilers of destiny. And the spoilers of destiny are very strong, even though there's only like about 100 of them against the thousands of the soldiers in the spoilers. So the spoilers created this weapon called the Terra Spoilers. But turns out this weapon ended up destroying the whole spoilers, and one part of the spoilers created a barrier to prevent the spoilers from reaching them. And so this area beneath the barrier is what we call now the Holy Empire of Spoilers. And now we go back to the present time. We meet the present day spoilers. And we see that his personality have changed throughout all of these centuries. Yep, that's a subreddit. Anyway, you guys know what's the most favorite Suikoden game before this? It's Suikoden 4, which has the giant tree as the last boss. So they made another giant tree as the last boss of this game, knowing how many players like Suikoden 4. Ancestor is coming up soon. Clef is the run after this. Anyway, yeah, so here is a giant tree. Homage to the other most favorite Suikoden game, Suikoden 4. Watch as Zephan doesn't have any weapon there. I think that's because I don't actually have him on the party. So his weapon model doesn't pop up. I'm not sure about that, Kugen. Like, Suikoden 4 still have lots of sales. It's Suikoden 5 that have low sales. And people are speculating Suikoden 5 have low sales because they think Suikoden 4 is bad. So, 200 years ago, our ancestors are fighting the giant tree as well to help us. And so yeah, basically the final boss, before the actual final boss, we have like 2 showcase fights against this and hang on. Okay, we're going to use refresher here to have a full stamina on everyone so they could use the skill twice. And this fight will usually end in 2 turns. Anyway, this fight is still very easy. It's over in 2 turns, so all the characters from the 200 years ago here have powerful skills. Except for Ratnin. His skill is an area skill, not a single damage skill, so it's not that effective against this boss. Oh, so does Lete, but Lete is using a very powerful Magicite. So... Okay, Chiaro don't need to do anything anymore. Oh, also I just noticed, so some of these characters, we never even meet them in this run. So Roderick and Chiaro, Lete as well. We never saw them at all throughout this run. Because we didn't do any of the optional recruits. So that's the first part. Probably Kabano, but yeah, this boss fight is just it's just a showcase really. It's cause the characters we don't have control over them. Like we doesn't have like we can't build them, we can't choose like what equipment to use and all that. So this is just meant to be a showcase. Oh, is that so there, Sarah? I didn't notice that. Okay, we did 2 fights here, and in the main last boss, if we actually die, we have to reset all of it. We have to reset all of the cutscenes and then these 2 smaller fights. So yeah, if we die in the last boss, we will lose like 9 minutes or so. And we'll probably go overestimate. Okay, so this one again we get to use the strong Magicite. So Rolf, he'll deal way more damage than everyone else. So only Rolf and Beaga will do damage. Everyone else have a low damage, so I'll just attack. Do regular attack, not going to bother using skills. Actually, Badam Hatan still do decent skills. Nah, actually, Mui doesn't need to intend anything. Oh, also, Beaga, we also never see him in this run. He's an optional recruit. The Beaga is the Featherfolk Hunter here that I just used just now, and... Heydrak, I'm not going to bother using the skill, cause the skill has a low damage anyway. Same with Torwat. So Torwat is apparently the legendary hero of this year, but his damage is very weak. Okay, final boss time. Yeah, with the final boss, there is a very small chance that we could die. Maybe it's like 5% chance maybe, but it's possible for us to die. If we get like a bad turn order. I'm going to ban Yumbawin if from the Suikoden Discord if I get that 5% chance. Basically a multi-time period battle. Our ancestors helped us to beat this boss. Okay, so there's only one boss here, no side enemies. So most of our characters just gonna do something simple. We're just gonna use their single target spells. Now, important part is Modi. So first of all, the boss, they will have 3 different very strong area spells that will deal like 70-80% damage to our characters. And we need to heal with Modi if he uses it. Okay, if Modi moves before the boss, we're just going to use Refresher to have everyone have a high stamina, so that Mira can use her skill over and over. Okay, there you go. So Modi will have to heal after this, otherwise all of our characters will die. But Modi's healing skill will also heal the enemy. So if you want to play this properly, you need to keep track of the health, which I haven't bothered doing. But anyway, if you want to play optimally here, you want to keep track of the health, and that will allow to tell you whether you need to heal with Mother Ocean or not. Because if he's almost dead, then you don't need to do that Mother Ocean. That will just slow down the fight. Oh, he used Hand of Wrath. Okay, good. That one Hand of Wrath skill is actually very weak. So that's good. That means Modi doesn't need to heal after this. Anyway, I think the boss will gonna die soon. Especially with Mira being able to use her ultimate skill 3 times. Oh, there you go, sorry, did. So that's it. And that's it for this game. There's 2 more. There's 2 minutes more of cutscenes, but that's all there is to it. There's 2 minutes more of dialogue, but yeah. So that's it. Suikoden Woven Web of the Centuries, or the original name is Genso Suikoden Sumugareshi Hyunen no Toki. Did I pronounce that right, dear star? Or there's also a short form for it, which is Suikoden Sumuji. Anyway, thanks for the GG, guys, and yeah, so that's Suikoden Woven Web. Anyway, yeah, I think again, so this game, the story is it's not a Suikoden-like story. So if you want a Suikoden-like story in this game, you'll be disappointed. But outside of that, the actual story itself, I actually enjoyed it. And the fan translation patch also have good written dialogue, so yeah, I enjoyed it as well because of it. And if you want to see like a proper any percent run or a 108 stars run as well, I've already done it. It's on my YouTube channel or speedrun.com page. If you want to see like a proper executed run. The time will end on the final dialogue box. It's coming up soon. It's like only a couple more dialogue box left, I think. I'm not sure if what's the best timing method, if it's right after the last boss or after the dialogue box. I think the dialogue box is easier, so I time it on my dialogue box instead. There you go. Also, I think with this game, the speedrun is also easy to do. Like this game in general, the actual game mechanics is simple. It's pretty simple, so I think the speedrun is easy to learn. Like, if someone wants to do like their own first RPG speedrun that without getting into something complicated, I think this one is not a bad idea because it's pretty easy to do. Although there's also a lot of cutscenes which kind of make it boring, especially like the first hour. The first hour is basically 90% cutscenes. But yeah, it's a pretty easy run to do if you want to like try to get your hang on like RPG speedrunning. The menuing is simple. The fights are pretty simple. There's still some strategy to it, so it's not completely trivial. But and also at the end you get to save a new game plus save if you want to. So hang on, let me just see the time on this new game save. 5:32. Yeah, the in-game time is also like very close to the actual real time. As usual, at the end of a Suikoden game, you have this epilogue. So if you get 108 stars, you get a different ending, and a lot of the epilogue lines will be different as well. All of the epilogue lines are different actually, now that I think about it. But yeah, as usual with this one, you get a epilogue. I think most of the first 36, what do you call it? The Stars of Heaven are the present day characters, which is like automatically recruited in the story. But after the first 36, the 72 Stars of Earth, they are the optional characters, and we only recruit like how much optional is this? Like 6 or 7, I think. Yeah, so there's gonna be a lot of blank spots on the second half of this epilogue. Okay, where is Alex Saster? I mean, we're probably pretty sure we're quite ahead of schedule, so I'll just gonna leave throughout the whole credits. But yeah, so coming up after this is a Suikoden for any percent by Alex Saster. Yeah, we're yeah, thanks, Nauta. Nope, hey, Clef, that's a spoiler. We don't have boats on the regular ending. It's the best ending that have a ship. Actually, no, we do still have a ship on the story, but anyway, yeah, it's the best ending that will have a ship. In the regular ending, the characters are just walking through hills. Exit fate is like in 3 days, Nauta. Oh, no, Zeronian, no retapon for the next run, because the next Suikoden 4 run is a regular any percent. But there's another 100 Egg Stars run by Space Coyote coming up in, what is it, 2 days? Anyway, so this is still the first day of the marathon, there's still like 3 more days. Oh, Kete Kukia. So, when it comes to Exit Fate, I've had a couple of chat with the dev himself, SCF. Like, his email link is actually still working, so yeah, I've ended up chatting him quite a lot about the game. I told him about what I've done with the speedruns, and he told me about the formulas on the game. So I've used those formulas a lot for the routing. Really helpful. Good. So okay, but this is a bit off a topic for this because we are showing Suikoden Woven Rap, but about Exit Fate. So SCF has said at one point he was making a prequel to Exit Fate. It's like a Final Fantasy Tactics kind of game, but that was like several years ago, and the project never really went anywhere. So he already stopped the project long time ago, and yeah, so nothing gonna come up from SCF anytime soon, if ever. Anyway, also one thing, of course, first of all, let me get back to the topic of this game. So, big shout out to the translation team. So, their star here have been hanging out in the chat throughout all of this time. T Manakonde, I'm not sure how to pronounce his name, but I think he's basically the main technical guy behind this patch. And there's few other people, I think, helping the editor or proofreading, if I'm not mistaken. And don't really remember who exactly they are. I don't remember the credits. Apologies about that, their star, but there's a few other people helping with the proofreading and editing, I think. Oh, and also, one of them also made this HD texture pack. So, throughout this run, I've been using this HD texture pack, where without it, yeah, the game will look quite a lot more pixelated, because this is a PSP game. The resolution is only like, what is it, 320 times 240 or something like that, so yeah. Also, look at all these blank portraits. Oh, some of these boxes won't have any portraits at all, because they are stars of destiny that you never get to directly meet. See, like Tarasio here, he's a star of destiny that we only saw his artifact, we never actually meet him in person. $480, $270, yeah, okay. Oh yeah, full credits will be in-game credits as well, which will be coming up soon. Although the credits is kinda long though, so gonna take quite a while until we reach it. Yeah, PSP actually, like, for such a low resolution, it's still really impressive. Like, a lot of, like, high quality 3D games for that time. Like, I remember, I'm not sure how many of you guys here play Grand Theft Auto, but two of their games, like Liberty City Stories and Vice City Stories, there's so many details into that game on the PSP. It's an open world game where like every parts of it have like little bits of details and all. Back to smartphone. By Cloud, do you mean Cloud Strife from Final Fantasy VII? And I guess you mean that's the Final Fantasy VII remake? So no, yeah. So you know the announcer for the Suikoden 1 and 2 remaster during this last week's Tokyo Game Show. That was, I think, the voice actor for Zephon, and he also voice acts who was it? Seek from the hero of Suikoden Trickeries, and also Joey from the Suikoden 2 drama CD. Also, oh, this game actually, okay, one thing I haven't showcased in the speedrun is the voice acting, because I've just been skipping through the dialogues. But this game have a crazy amount of voice acting. Even though like the rest of like a lot of parts of the game seems like a budget game, but the voice acting itself, there's so much of it. Like all of those single dialogue box, they have their own unique voice acting for the story, and even in the optional recruiting, some of them have their own unique voice lines as well. Like I can't even believe there's like so many voice acting in this game, but the actual game design, it seems like they hardly put any effort into balancing it. And also like if you see the battle animation as well, I think there's a lot of like high quality animation in like the battle animation and all. Like I mean, I'm guessing they just use mocap to make it easy to do all those animation, but yeah, it's still crazy. Like the animation of the characters inside the battle and all, it's like much better compared to like Suikoden 5 or Suikoden 3. Like I remember seeing like one of the bosses, Makia, for example, like when she dies, there's like a bit of details when there's like she was wobbling a bit before she collapsed on the back. It's like little details like that you don't see on like PS2 era games normally. The NPC, I think most NPC doesn't have voice actor. I don't remember actually, but yeah, there's just a lot of voice acting in this game. Crazy. A lot of voice acting, a lot of like the detailed battle animations and all. But the actual game design, like if you like throughout this run, there are quite a lot of fights where it's like super easy, and then once in a while you had a fight that's like super powerful. Like if I hadn't prepared the route properly, I would have just died in 2 turns. And if you have all the late game skills, then yeah, all the fights are really easy. And there's like some questionable design choices as well. Like there's an option in this game for characters to unlock a second class, but to do that you have to do a dinner with a specific pair like over 50 times probably. Like doing it over and over, you probably take like few hours just to unlock one subclass just by resetting dinner over and over. And honestly, who the hell want to do that? Oh, here you go. There you go. That's the name of the people who work in the translation patch. Yeah, for that, there's that one enemy, Deserter Executioner. It's a normal enemy, and his ability is like very powerful. It could like deal 40% damage to all characters at once. But other enemies are weak, so it just shows like how off balance like throughout the game. Like it's like I don't know, maybe the director, it's like the game direction only cares about actually building the story and don't really care much about the actual gameplay. So it's kind of like a story-based game, really. Like they put a game as a way to tell the story instead of a game to actually enjoy. Balance pitch. Well, first of all, you need people to actually play this game.